high mentions right now on Twitter, asking him, choose out the antagonist clip from Phase Rain on Twitter, talking about Phase. So Banks was getting a lot of heat. A lot of people were directly accusing him. So what he did is basically just reported who it actually was, and apparently it was Phase Temper Carter. They done. We talked about this before. I'm like, pause. You're saying that Phase Temper, well, what Banks doesn't do is actually make it clear what Temper did. He basically just kind of name drops it. Carmen's first initial reaction to all what the talking about. Lord, no, the conversation was like, this remember, listen to everyone talking, bringing coming back, standing firm on the fact that no, you did say this, and whatever. There's a conversation that happened between Gordon and Phase Temper years ago. It's obviously a very heavy accusation. They talk about making videos, they talk about this, and tell them not to. I mean, obviously, the ramifications rather than this had on his life, it's life shattering. Also, I do want to note going forward, because this law gets very confusing. Whenever the word Tommy is mentioned, that is Phase Temper, because Phase Temper is Phase's current acting president. Now, this response is pretty interesting because it seems that Banks wanted to basically kind of leave the internet or semi-retire after stepping down from Phase. But obviously, he had to make an announcement because a lot of people were speculating that he was an activist. And obviously, the best way to get the heat off your back is to name someone else instead of actually trying to defend yourself. So a couple of hours later, Phase Rain boots up yet another Twitch stream to basically recount what he'd been referring to. He basically accuses Temper of admitting to a crime that he committed in 2021. He looks me in my eyes and says, "Oh, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, what? Like, what? How would you tell me that? After I'm telling you 3 rules I have, why I'm never gonna go back to this again. I'll find another heartbeat." That's what he said. Now, the details of this story are really, really important because they directly actually conflict with what other people have said. Because Phase Rain was originally told that these girls were 16 just a couple of minutes after he aired out Temper. And then Banks joined Rain's stream to talk because the tweet that he made was made in the hours that Rain was actually offline. And then things definitely got a little bit hostile, to say the least. But the conversation was actually valuable because both of them clearly recount their side of the story.
Welcome to Liberty Falls. You've traveled halfway around the world. Now let's get this finished.
I was expecting this place to be a bit more sciencey.
I await you beneath the main residence. Try not to get killed before we meet.
Well, I didn't come all this way to play sardines with the help. I've got ammo and 6 years of pent-up rage. Who else wants some? There goes the flavour. In a few ticks, guess I'll find out just how lucky I really am.
We are just a few steps short of restoring Mason.
If anything should be difficult, cheating death tops the list. Even if this prima materia stuff can regenerate Maxis's body, how can it regenerate her mind? A soul?
The Sentinel artifact manipulates time as well as matter. Her human software will be pulled from the past. She will be the woman you knew. Trust her.
Bonus points.
You remind me of my mother. Soft on the outside, but with a spine made of iron.
Oh, I'll take that as a compliment. But don't ever call me Mum or I'll punch you in the goonies.
Double points. Insta-kill. Full power.
At least my jaw muscles are getting a workout. Housekeeping! Now that we're so close to bringing back Maxis, I'm having second thoughts. I mean, we're playing God here. That never ends well.
I know she was special to you. To me as well. If there is a chance, this will work.
Tear them to pieces.
have we not met his fans? Or it just comes to where I fucking die in tragedy, death is I'm not able to drop my feet. I want to know that the kids perceive my message and were able to make something of themselves and able to take my message and use it and turn it into something positive and to at least have a good life. If I'm gonna die or ever be a sacrifice, I want to make sure that my life is made. What's good, YouTube? Welcome back to my channel. This is your boy Smoke. Back out again with another video. And today we're going to be talking about how freaking weird X-Fans are from the time that he's gone.
What a relief. You're alive and well. Sorry, I could not arrange a more welcoming reception.
Let's move. The quicker we get the artifact to Sam, the sooner we see Maxis again.
I wish I could come greet you in person, but my physical form is... Well, you'll understand once you descend to my body.
Double
Well,
points.
I didn't come all this way to play sardines with the help. Can't argue with Newton's third law.
Some final preparations remain to activate the central architect. Only then can we bring back Nexus from the darkness.
Just tell us what to do. I've had it up to here with cryptic hints.
Random perk. Bonus points.
This is Maya's influence, I swear. Even if this prima materia stuff can regenerate Maxis's body, how can it regenerate her mind? Her soul?
The sentinel architect manipulates time as well as matter. Her human software will be pulled from the test. She will be the woman you knew. Trust me.
Like back then, that
Remind me of my mother. Soft on the outside, but with a spine made of iron.
Oh, I'll take that as a compliment. But don't ever call me Mum or I'll punch you in the goonies. You spoil me. Seriously, I don't have time. I'll have have you shredded and made into bog rolls. Now that we're so close to bringing back Maxis, I'm having second thoughts. I mean, we're playing God here. That never ends well.
I know she was special to you. To me as well. If there is a chance, this will work.
Tear them to pieces.
Faster than you can containment, Chula Oblongata.
Max ammo.
Captain Reznov certainly seems revitalized.
If nothing else, Sergei's a survivor. I grieve for what he went through while we were away.
Insta-kill. Double points.
All this talk about prima materia still irks me. Alchemy is to physics, as astrology is to astronomy.
Spoken like a true Capricorn. Kidding, Strauss. I know you're a Taurus. King's men couldn't give a shit.
the Prime Minister is not afraid to make witty remarks at the expense of his opponents. We've certainly seen how adept Mr. Poilievre can be in the House of Commons, and so how those
kidnapped me. Baby, them kidnapped me.
What a relief! You're alive and well. Sorry, I could not arrange a more welcoming reception.
Let's move. The quicker we get the artifact to Sam, the sooner we see Maxis again. Finders keepers. Can't argue with Newton's third law.
Once you get inside, make your way down to my mainframe chamber. Cannot wait to see you.
Well, I didn't come all this way to play sardines with the help.
Double points.
Sam, is everything in place to deploy the Sentinel artifact?
Almost, Sergei. We are still a few steps short of our shared goal. The restoration of Agent Nexus.
Insta-kill.
Even if this prima materia stuff can regenerate Maxis's body, how can it regenerate her mind? Her soul?
The Sentinel artifact manipulates time as well as matter. Her human software will be pulled from the test. She will be the woman you knew.
This statement runs counter to Birdman's origin story.
His parents went to school with my brother and sister.
I went to school with him.
His parents went to school.
Had this.
Wow.
You know what I mean? She was like, boy, that was 14 with $1 million. And she was scared of him. You know, baby wasn't, you know what I mean?
Furthermore, first time my first million, I was 14. What's some of the first shit you bought? I didn't buy nothing because I couldn't buy nothing. Because I was in the streets. I wasn't going to send myself in the penitentiary.
Let's consider this simply implausible. No 14-year-old projects can manage to hold on to $1 million without facing serious danger, such as being robbed or killed. It is essential to recognize just how extremely challenging it is for a young teenager to accumulate such wealth, especially without the life experience needed to navigate the risks of incarceration. Remember, he allegedly came out of the boy's home, so he was already under some kind of radar.
As a young nigga by older niggas, right? When I come out the boys' home, I went straight to the streets. Right after that, the streets became my life.
afternoon of November 11th, 1994.
My mom didn't get off till late. I snoop around the room. Find like, damn. Pistol. I was in there on my rap. Got a gun. Music blasting. Thinking I'm safe. Playing around. And after that,
They assert that the shooting took place on November 11th, 1994, as he was engrossed in watching the Big Papa video by the notorious B.I.G. on television.
and yeah, I was watching, I can remember, it was Notorious Big video on, I love it when you call me Big. Yeah, I remember that.
This vivid account offers us a compelling starting point for further research to verify the details surrounding that day. The music video for Notorious B.I.G.'s Big Papa debuted in January 1995.
But on the afternoon of November 11th, 1994,
I was watching, I can remember it was Notorious Big video on I love it when you call me Big. Yeah.
Given this timeline, it's evident that he would not have had the opportunity to see it before its release. This situation raises a crucial question about the context of the story. Is he genuinely misremembering? Both children and adults can significantly retain memories of traumatic experiences, particularly those involving near-death situations. However, the multitude of inconsistencies in his narrative suggests that this isn't just a simple case of misremembering. It appears to be a crafted story intended to enhance his persona as he transitioned into mainstream popularity. While it's understandable that mistakes can happen when recalling ages, given the pivotal role this narrative has played in shaping his career, one would expect that he or his team would have verified the details by now. In one instance, he claims to have been 12 years old when he shot himself.
At the age of 12 years old, I shot myself.
In another, he states he was 14.
I was 14.
Oh.
And I was in the crib.
It's worth noting that back in 1999, he falsely claimed to be 14.
you turned 15 Monday?
And
You're 14 years old?
You turned 15 Monday? You're 14 years old?
He was allegedly born in 1982. This interview was in 1999. Do the math. So do we really know the age of Lil Wayne? He was effectively saying the shooting happened around the time of that interview. Moreover, his accounts of how the police were alerted are conflicting. In one interview, he insists his friend called the authorities.
everybody jumped over my body. Let's go get the guns and drugs. We called the ambulance.
We called the ambulance.
While in another, he says he crawled to the phone to make the call himself.
Laid out on the floor, he crawled to the phone and called 911.
This level of misremembering is beyond coincidence. It suggests a deliberate attempt to alter the narrative, as if they expect us to forget previous statements or articles. Then there's Robert Bootler, the New Orleans police officer who supposedly played a crucial role in saving Lil Wayne at the ages of 11, 12, 13, or 14. Lil Wayne mentions Uncle John in one interview.
Looking up at him like, who are you? He said, I'm Uncle John. That's what he told me his name was, Uncle John.
Only to later switch to Uncle Bob.
He said, don't worry, my name's Uncle Bob. Good motherfucking name, Uncle Bob, so. He said, I'm Uncle John. Good motherfucking name, Uncle Bob, though.
These glaring contradictions cannot be ignored. With such a tangled web of conflicting statements, it's difficult not to suspect that there is a deeper level of deception at play in the story surrounding Lil Wayne. The ending story is that the officer grabbed Lil Wayne after being shot, put him in his squad car, and drove to the hospital.
He picked me up and he told whoever was driving, he's like, behind the wheel, now.
They opened the door for me because I had him in my arms. I was carrying him just like a baby.
This is another false story. We see here from the Trace website. In New Orleans, police officers generally do not transport gunshot victims in their squad cars. According to a spokesperson from the New Orleans Police Department, Officers are instructed to secure the scene and await EMS transport. There are no instances on record of police routinely transporting shooting victims. Did you catch that? There are no instances on record of police routinely transporting shooting victims. Unlike cities such as Philadelphia, which have formal policies allowing officers to rush gunshot victims to the hospital, New Orleans does not have such a practice. EMS is the designated responder. The New Orleans Police Department relies on trained EMS personnel to transport and provide medical care to shooting victims. But why not? It should be obvious that scene safety and crime investigation, officers' primary responsibilities at a shooting include securing the scene and preserving evidence, activities that would be hampered if they left with the patient. Lack of medical training. EMS responders are equipped and trained to handle medical emergencies. Police are not. No official allowance for transportation. As noted, there's no instance where officers transported a gunshot victim, or any victim for that matter, per the department's standard policy. If the story were real, Lil Wayne had succumbed to his injuries. The repercussions for the officers could have been severe, potentially exposing them to significant legal liability. Furthermore, if Lil Wayne or his friends called the police while bleeding out, why did dispatch only send police officers and no ambulance?
4 New Orleans policemen responded to the call.
Convenient to the story, right? I guess they were bending all the rules for this future rapper. Lil Wayne shares images of his wounds.
Yeah, where'd you yourself? Chest, is there? Came out through the back.
But how can we truly verify that they originate from the incidents he describes? The truth is, we can't. Those injuries might stem from an entirely different situation altogether. Let's not take everything at face value without seeking deeper clarity. Let's take a moment to reflect on our documentary about emo rap and hip-hop, as this clip highlights some important points we've made. So the modern rap narrative is, if you're not depressed, you're not real. Note that the key industry tactics are that they normalize depression as an identity. Fans now see themselves as these sad rappers. They push pills as a lifestyle. Percocet, Xanax, and lean are constantly referenced.
It's about mental health. But I wish they knew that it's real. That is real. And there is no bar to measure how real.
Horrorcore and gangsta rap were industry tools to control black expression. Now, depression rap and pharma rap are the new tools being used. The narrative surrounding this genre has evolved significantly, shifting from a superficial, wannabe street story.
Carrying a gun then, too?
Yeah, I stay strapped. I'm strapped right now. You can't go nowhere without strapped. I'm sitting on my rap. Got a gun. Music blast that.
The one that resonates with themes of depression to fit the times.
He also talks about when he was 12, coming across a gun in his mother's house and shooting himself in the chest, just missing his heart. Now, before he's called this an accident, you've heard him talk about it on songs, but on a new verse, he admits that it was a suicide attempt after his mother told him that he would no longer be allowed to rap.
This change appears to be aimed at connecting emotionally with listeners in order to drive album sales. With articles saying he started noticing his mental health issues as early as 10 years old. This pattern of constantly changing the story is proof that it is serving an agenda. After all, Lil Wayne said this.
I got shot, I took a bullet. It ain't like I done it on purpose.
I got shot, I took a bullet. It ain't like I done it on purpose.
So again, Wayne just admitted it wasn't done on purpose. This just proves my point. This story is serving more than one agenda, and the other side of the tale plays directly into the racial tension.
Everybody jumped over my body. Let's go get the guns and drugs and whatever they could find. It took one guy to stop right there. Just cuss everybody that hopped over me out. Like, what are y'all doing? Pick me up. Brought me to the hospital. He didn't drop me off at the ambulance and say, you take him. He brought me to the hospital room. He was white as snow. That hopped over me was black as me.
so we're back talking about 6ix9ine for the second time this week. It's starting to feel like 2018 in here, but we're talking about 6ix9ine today because it looks like in 2025, 6ix9ine is about to face some real prison time. I can't lie, it's not looking good. So obviously, 6ix9ine was arrested and sentenced to 2 years in prison in 2019, followed by 5 years in supervised release for his cooperation in the prosecution of the 9 trade bloods. They were all Rico. 6ix9ine very publicly snitched and was handed a lenient sentence. Now he was sentenced to 2 years, but he was released several months early in the height of the pandemic. And since then, news about him, music from him, it's been scarce. What a lot of people seen was a kid at the time who was given a second chance, and instead of using that second chance to come out and go live like a civilian life, he just kind of doubled down on everything he was already doing. He wore his snitch badge proudly. He continued to talk gangster. He continued to act like the biggest blood in the world, and his career has suffered as a result of that. Well, while it looked like at the time he escaped any type of justice and walked away with a relatively lenient sentence, it looks like it's coming back to biting right now. Because while we've been seeing reports of some of the guys that he told on being released from prison, like Nell Murder, we're seeing reports of him actually probably having to go face bigger consequences than those guys had. So we got this news article coming from several different news sources, the AP, High New Hip Hop, right? And it says that 6ix9ine has been hit with new federal charges for supervised release violations. And so the article from AP says, rapper Tekashi 6ix9ine admitted Wednesday that he violated the conditions of his supervised release from prison by possessing drugs, marking his latest run-in with law since he completed a federal prison sentence on racketeering and conspiracy charges. The 29-year-old performer, whose real name is Daniel Hernandez, told a Manhattan federal judge that his home in Miami was raided on March 12th and that residual coke and MDMA were found in his bedroom cabinet. In exchange for that admission, prosecutors agreed to drop 2 other counts he faced stemming from the incident. And the AP article doesn't say what the 2 other charges was, but they dropped charges related to fentanyl and gun possession due to a lack of evidence. Anyways, it says that his sentencing for that admission was scheduled for September 25th of this year. So he was already facing that. He had already admitted to it. That was scheduled for September 25th for him to be sentenced. He didn't face any state charges related to the raid, but the U.S. judge warned 6ix9ine that the consequences would be severe if he violated any of the conditions of his release before this September 25th sentence. Right? The federal sentencing guidelines call for between 3 and 9 months in prison for each count, but 6ix9ine could face up to 5 years in prison and a lifetime of supervised release, the judge added. Right? So just keep that in mind. He was currently waiting to be sentenced for this. The judge told him, if you get in any more trouble, then your consequences are going to be severe. He's already facing up to 5 years in prison. This comes after last November he was found to be in violation of his probation for failing to show up for drug test, and he was traveling to Las Vegas. take us from his house in Miami without permission, and he was lying to his probation officer. He was sentenced to 45 days in federal custody for that, and the judge said that these infractions showed a lack of respect for the law. And so he got in trouble for that, violating his probation. Now he has this trouble where he has violated his probation, and he's facing some real time behind it. 5 years ain't no joke. What's interesting is if he gets sentenced to 5 years right now, we just seen a couple of weeks ago Mel Murder coming out. We seen Huda B get released. Right, so if he ends up getting sentenced to 5 years, it turns out that he may end up in a worse position than the people that he snitched on. That's crazy. Not only that, but these are federal charges that he's facing. So if he is incarcerated for that, it'll be in a federal prison. More than likely right here in New York with the same people that he snitched on. I cannot imagine that that is going to be good for 6ix9ine. Maybe he'll PC up or something like that. But I mean, can you imagine having to be locked in a pod or in a cell with the people that you told on? It just kind of shows how probation can actually be a trap for law enforcement. It's like they could lock you up and keep you for 2 or 3 years, or they could put you on probation. Now they got you that whole probation time, and if you mess up, you can go and get re-sentenced, and now they got you for some extra years. Either way, that's what 6ix9ine is currently facing right now. And then
Charlie was a big guy, notices bulges, capital O-W-O. What's his question?
You have no idea what he used to believe.
I'm sure you've already seen the news, but right-wing political commentator Charlie Kirk has passed away. This is while he was speaking at an event in a Utah university, and now there's been a huge update on that because the suspect has actually been found. And you've probably seen as well how the FBI released bullet casings that the suspect actually used. Now, some of these messages on the casing were basically just like memes, video game references, and stuff you'd see on Discord. Like, for example, notices bulges, woo, what's this? And then there was another case that read, hey fascist catch, and then they used a code. That code is the exact same input for the 500 kilogram bomb in Helldivers. The other one had some lyrics to Bella Ciao, which was basically an Italian anti-fascist song, and one that I guess was left for forensics or the FBI, which they did have to read. If you read this, you're gay, Lamau. Now, the thing about this event is because it was so public, because Charlie Kirk would do these kind of like political debates where he sits in a tent, people queue up, some people ask genuine questions, other people just wanted to troll him. But because this event was so public, there are so many different perspectives and camera views because there were hundreds of people recording. There's even at one point someone recording indoors, and you see, or at least I think you can see, the suspect actually on the roof trying to escape. So the suspect was identified as Tyler Robinson, who was actually only 22 at the time. They also found this guy's Discord account, and on there he was talking about, needing to retrieve a rifle from a drop point, watching the area of where a rifle was left, how to engrave bullets, and also apparently a message saying leaving the rifle wrapped in a towel. There was a lot of coverage on this, like even the BBC at one point, they were basically reporting that Charlie Kirk was instrumental to Trump winning the second election. He was even awarded at one point, posthumously, the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which is basically like the highest civilian medal that you can be awarded. Now, Charlie Kirk was definitely an opinionated individual, and because of that, a lot of people loved him, a lot of people despised him. Obviously, Charlie was a right-wing figure, so a lot of people on the right said that this was basically a horrendous act, saying that Charlie Kirk wasn't just a political figure, but he was also a husband, he was a father, and now his children will grow up without their dad in their life. And the wife as well has been left widowed. And these same people are saying that like healthy political discourse is completely going out the window, and your safety can't be guaranteed if you hold an opinion. And then there's the complete opposite sides that are basically celebrating his death, saying that Charlie brought this on himself by creating this hateful atmosphere. There's this one clip that's being shared infinitely at the minute, basically where Charlie is saying that, some gun deaths a year are worth it, so people can actually have their Second Amendment to keep firearms.
I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every year, so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights.
I'm also not making the statement, by the way, like if you're right-wing, you supported him, if you're left-wing, you hated him and you're happy that he's dead. Because obviously I've seen street interviews and stuff with people of both sides saying, yeah, I didn't agree with the guy, but also he didn't deserve to be killed. Now, there was obviously actually a lot of people that were reacting to this. One clip that I saw, for example, was Dean Withers, who was one of the kind of liberal teens, I guess, that was debating Charlie Kirk, and he basically just started crying when he heard the news that he died.
His wife and children really didn't do so many people that. Not even Charlie.
Now, this has been a huge moment in US politics. Believe me, I have tried so hard to not talk about this topic, to stay away from it, but then I saw Charlie do a video on it, and then I saw Dolan do 2 videos on it.
Notice this bulge. Oh, whoa, what's this? Well, I guess I'm coming out of facts.
Like, I've seen multiple accounts of people that have came out in support of Charlie, saying that this is horrendous, this is terrible. Someone that was speaking the truth was silenced. Like, for example, I saw this post from Eddie Hall, basically in support of Charlie Kirk. That post has now been deleted. And then, on the other hand, I've just seen people constantly making memes about it that absolutely bang on Twitter. I don't think it matters what your opinion on Charlie Kirk is, but one thing is a fact. If you die, people will make fun of you. You cannot tell them to stop. You can't say, no, don't be rude. You just have to make peace with it. That is the Joker face society we live in now. I mean, I know for a fact that if I died, people will just say, no, he's not dead. We'll just wait for a new main channel video. And then they'll say the same thing until they're like 93 years old in a retirement home. So, to make things a little bit bizarre, Trump put out a video basically talking about Kirk's death. It's 4 minutes long. I won't get super into it, but you can probably guess what I'm going to say from the discourse online. Most people think that this video isn't real. They think it's AI. And it would be really, really stupid of Trump if he found out that one of the biggest speakers of his policies and his presidency died. He was to make an AI video about it because he couldn't be asked to get out of bed. Now, the big moment that people have pointed out in this video to accuse it of being AI is like 19 seconds in, and it looks like there's some form of cut, like his whole body moves pretty quickly and reposes itself to an unnatural degree. And then people zoomed in on his hands and slowed down the footage, and his hands are kind of like, I don't know if Trump learned the ability to no-clip into himself, but something definitely looks off here. I mean, if you pay attention to his right hand, his pinky disappears and then becomes another finger. And whilst that happens, his other fingers get shorter, but then leaves like a semi-opaque outline of where they were. And I'm not sure whether his fingers like died and went to heaven and then got quick revived. It looks very strange. And then people started to pick apart Trump's voice as well, saying that he sounds very kind of verbose usually. But his voice and tone here, seems to go up and down a lot in sentences. I mean, again, during a very serious, rehearsed addressal, I could totally understand why the tone of voice would be different, but a lot of people have accused this of being AI.
Tells me that you want to talk about crime and and beautification. But I'm going to put that means not exactly fixing the crime with the pros, fixing the crime is easy too.
Charlie inspired millions, and tonight all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot.
Now, I can imagine one of the main reasons why people think that this is AI is because, for the past couple of weeks, Trump has been under a lot of scrutiny about his health. I mean, he has been forever, like every president. I mean, you had like Sleepy Biden before him. Usually most US presidents, when they get into power, they're fucking old. They're basically pushing a death's door. And obviously the country that they represent don't want their president to look weak. So they could have like underlying health conditions or problems. So they'll probably pump them up full of meds, give them some kind of bag to piss in. Anything to kind of hide the fact that they are not doing well, because then that makes them look weak. And the opponents go, oh, okay, we can invade this country now. Like, for example, there was this time where Trump didn't make a 2-day appearance, and then people just immediately thought that he died. And then back in February, he was spotted with bruises on his hands. Or back in July, he was diagnosed with chronic venous insufficiency, meaning that basically, in short, his veins weren't working correctly. People were even drawing comparisons to 1984, because in the book and in the film, Big Brother is this, like, huge figure that basically leads everyone, but no one actually ever sees Big Brother. And then people were saying, well, I've never actually saw Trump. Is he even real? And the thing is, well, after Charlie Kirk died, the day after was 9/11. And obviously in America, there's always a 9/11 memorial. And that's when you saw Trump. He was walking around, giving speeches. But what a lot of people pointed out is actually the right side of his face had a pretty significant droop to it, which then led people to immediately jump to, okay, he's had a stroke. Now, I did look into if this video was AI or not. Looking into it means I open up TikTok and scroll until I see someone talk about it. And there was a lot of outlets that basically said, yeah, it seems sus, but it probably isn't AI. So you had NBC News, and again, I'm going to put my hands up. The majority of you that watch this channel are American. You're either going to be soy facing or doing a big sigh when I say NBC News. I did a quick search and apparently they're left-leaning. They reached out to 4 experts in AI video generation, which sounds like one of the worst jobs you can ever have in your entire life. And they all came back saying the video doesn't actually show indications that it was AI generated, and the audio itself seems pretty authentic. Localized video manipulation. You know, like for example, if someone has to do retakes or anything like that, the footage is going to be spliced together, but they try to make it look authentic, not just kind of cut constantly. They want to make it look like it's one seamless message. So in turn of doing that, he's obviously going to move around and shift, and they've tried their best to stitch it together, but then it looks a little bit dodgy, but it's small, so people think it's AI. You also have some people point out as well that the teleprompter is projected on the window behind him as well, which is probably something that AI couldn't recreate. I mean, you know, give it a couple of months or so. And I think that's one of the final reasons why Trump was accused of using AI, because if you check his social media account, he's not stuff with post AI memes constantly. I mean, obviously, something like things that one break could look real, because then there's probably a lawsuit waiting to happen, like slander, if they're meant to be comedic. Like, he just posts things constantly. So I guess people try to turn the tables and say, well, look at it, AI is funny, but again, as well, like, could you imagine the backlash if your friend died and you ended up using, like, fucking Google Video or something to film a video talking about it? I mean, to be fair, it's another great example of how AI destroys the credibility of information. We go back to Will Smith eating spaghetti, but that's probably not going to happen. Again, I know that there are people that are watching this video that will either be celebrating this guy's death or thinking it's just an absolute tragedy, and then you'll probably have people in between who didn't agree with him but thought that he didn't deserve to be killed. But I know one thing that's going to happen now that is absolutely beyond guaranteed. Without a doubt, America now, the legislation is going to get a lot extreme. Like, I see people constantly posting, and it's like, I mean, and the way the internet works is like, everyone will...
Don't do it again, mate. Honestly, don't do it again. We are the counter-revolution. It's not going anywhere. Everyone's up top there.
The Islamification of Europe is going to eradicate us.
I witnessed my friends die for this green and pleasant land. And we are here to take it back.
Well, the police have now entered into the crowd. An uprising is set to take place here in the United Kingdom. Some may even say it is the beginning of a revolution. As freedom of speech is under attack here, millions of people are here for the streets of the United Kingdom to take back their country, to get their speech back. And
Welcome to Liberty Falls. You've traveled halfway around the world. Now let's get this finished.
I was expecting this place to be a bit more... Housekeeping!
Because hate laws aren't used against everyone, they're used against British people. And they just try and sign us to stop us criticising government failure. That's what
My physical core is located beneath the home. Find your way down to me. Quickly.
Oh, right now, I just hope my gravestone won't read Death by Southern Hospitality.
It will prevent us even speaking about it. Because they want to take the word as free speech in the United States of America, and there's only some people who can't free speech. When you voted for Donald Trump's election, you didn't vote for America, you voted the West. So hope is going to take it. What you're going to see today is going to still hope.
I wonder how many different things are in there. Is it infinite? At last, a glimmer of
How
positivity.
exciting! We are just a few steps short of restoring Nexus.
Just tell us what to do. I've had it up to here with cryptic hints. Even if this prima materia stuff can regenerate Maxis's body, how can it regenerate her mind? Her soul?
The Sentinel artifact manipulates time as well as matter. Her human software will be pulled from the test. She will be the woman you knew. Trust me.
Kung Fu! You remind me of my mother. Soft on the outside, but with a spine made of iron.
Oh, I'll take that as a compliment. But don't ever call me Mum or I'll punch you in the goonies.
Charlie Kirk, apparently a large percentage of the country will celebrate it.
Here they don't have the freedom of speech. I think we do, and they're killing people because of it. And here they're wishing they had that same freedom that we do.
Oh, for sure, they're envious. It's a slippery slope out here when you apply these freedom of speech, right? They have Article 10, but they have all these, breach of peace, hate speech, all these things that qualify and limit your ability to actually freely speak.
Freedom of speech is your voice underneath attack right now.
Yeah, it is. I've been on all social media. It's very much covered now.
How angry are you currently at the current government in Kyrgyzstan?
The government in Kyrgyzstan, it's a complete joke.
And you think Western civilization is at threat due to the rise of Islam here in...
Right, okay, so I don't know if anyone recognizes me, but I am in the adult entertainment industry. But I seem to be the only person that realizes that the Islamification of Europe is going to eradicate us. Even the last few weeks, the last few days has shown me that we're at a turning point, and that's what people are saying. That there seems to be a glimmer of hope now, that people are starting to wake up. Awake is the new woke. Don't be woke, be awake, and people are waking up.
You think we have millions of people out here today?
Yeah, well, we were recently hearing about a million, but then now saying we have 3 million, something like that, right? So we're here, we're united, we want to be peaceful, we get our voices heard.
Absolute madness. Look at all these people. Sea of people. The non-stop.
Let's go!
Welcome to Liberty Falls. Population? Well, less than yesterday. Never been so glad to see backup around. Hell, lucky I'm still in one piece. I need you to look for survivors. Subdue any threats. Help me save this town. Copy. Be advised, we lost contact with 3 of our scientists in town trying to stop the outbreak. Find them, bring them home. We need brain power as much as firepower.
That was quick. Especially the bit where you went from on to off. I'm always keen to expand my weapon portfolio. Got anything exotic?
Keep pushing. We need to find out what caused all this, even if it turns out it was us.
Always take this long? It's been ages. I'll dedicate the pile of bodies I leave behind to you.
Hope is contagious. It is rising.
And are you just getting started?
This is the counter-revolution. There's been a globalist revolution for 20 years. We are the counter-revolution. It's not going anywhere. They have no plans and it's not done.
Doc, how are you feeling today? I'm so proud. I'm so proud to be a European now. We are England. Tommy, with Katie Holmes Pizza, with beautiful patriots on this continent, fighting for a Christian Europe, fighting for our identity, fighting for who we are, fighting for freedom of speech. This is a fight for Western civilization. This is a fight for Europe. As many believe, they have been invaded, their cultures have been stripped from them, and they felt censored for years. Now thanks to Elon Musk, like Tommy said, this is to do revolution. As far as eyes can see, people out here on the streets, the fight for freedom of speech is alive and being led by Tommy Robinson right there.
It's not stopping, it's not ending, it's going to continue, it's going to keep going, and the world's going to wake up to the truth, slowly but surely.
To what level are you willing to fight to get your guys' freedom of speech?
To death, I will die for freedom of speech. I've already proved this. I've been to Afghanistan. I was in Afghanistan in 2012, fighting a war for the British Empire. I witnessed my friends die to this land. Never mind your ancestors died in World War II. I witnessed my friends die for this green and pleasant land. And we are here to take it back.
Welcome to Colton Hall. I trust your journey was uneventful?
Well, I almost stitched Beck's mouth shut, but otherwise, da. I only hope it was worth dragging the Sentinel artifact halfway around the globe.
Finally! Oh, that howling puts my teeth on edge.
All of the good Muslim people, they are blindfolded now. They are using scripture as a blindfold to dominate the world.
Yeah, get to a point where you cannot even say certain things on social media.
My physical core is located beneath Holton Hall. Find your way down to me. Quickly.
Well, I didn't come all this way to play sardines with the help. It's a bit like roulette. At least it's not the Russian kind. Well, aren't you just the little ray of sunshine inside this wayward reality?
The kid.
Everything is ready, but there is more work to do to empower the Sentinel artifact.
Anything should be difficult. Cheating death tops the list. These arms aren't just for show. Come on now. Spit out some nonsensical bollocks already. It's like you read my mind. Shit. I hope not. Even if this prima materia stuff can regenerate Maxis's body, how can it regenerate her mind? Her soul?
The Sentinel artifact manipulates time as well as matter. Her human software will be pulled from the past. She will be the woman you knew. Trust her.
I'll count my blessings as soon as I have some. This'll keep me in fighting form. Excellent choice, Fox.
Any of us. So they just do that for me for no reason. They don't give a flying. Look at this. You hacked your line and you've come over it. And we're the aggressors, are we? Look at this. they're coming through with all the riot shields. And right there, the British are holding the line. Oh, now that it's been stalled to move forward. From the line.
You move back! You bigot! Move back! You move back! You got your leg? Yeah, you fucking trust it! You trust me, didn't you? Protect it! Hide behind your back! Hide behind your back, you pathetic pig! We all face eternal judgment. Every single one of us. You won't be excluded. Every knee will bow to the king.
I would personally, Superman, if I was somebody living in this country, and these people are letting go, putting out messages on X, Instagram, Facebook. So these people are arresting people, 30 people every day for comments on social media.
We're not moving till something happens about this country.
Now everyone's throwing stuff. They just arrested a man back here. The man has been arrested. What's your message to the police officers right now, sir?
It's all on video, mate.
Welcome to Colton Hall. I trust your journey was uneventful.
Each dick's mouth shut. Otherwise, die. They thought it was worth dragging the Sentinel like this last halfway around the globe.
You're scared to talk.
What? I know, I'll have a conversation about it.
Okay.
Place is on YouTube.
Wow, so people here are afraid to speak because the people right here. Are you ever worried to speak out publicly?
Well, is this okay? Oh, I'm doing that. Is that okay?
They have their lines. They're the ones that came across the fence.
There's an hour border. It's been peaceful all day. Look at her. Look at her. Look at her.
Are you afraid to speak on camera?
Red, white, and blew your head right off.
I await you beneath the main residence. Try not to get killed before we meet.
Well, I didn't come all this way to play sardines with the help.
Yeah, what do you think about it? They just smacked the guy's face. Blood's coming all the way down.
Listen, you're pushing against us. Do you know what I mean?
Have we ever figured out exactly how and why this box works?
Some final preparations remain to activate the Sentinel architect. Only then can we bring back Nexus from the darkness.
Just tell us what to do. I've had it up to here with cryptic hints.
By the police.
Max armor.
I'd forgotten you were a bit of a sadist, Bob. Even if this prima materia stuff can regenerate Maxis's body, how can it regenerate her mind? Her soul?
The personal artifact manipulates time as well as matter. Her human software will be pulled from the test. She will be the woman we knew.
A good 20 meters or so, and that one guy had a sensor for YouTube purposes, for viewing purposes. It will be on members only. Wow, they know that because you can take down the video if I show all the blood. It is on members only. But because of what's going on here, people are revolting, and many people have said civil war is inevitable here in this highly United Kingdom. And you're kind of understanding why the police are arresting you for simply putting out posts on social media. Okay, they come again. Everyone's pushing against the police right now. The police are barricading everybody here. They're getting people up here on the steps. They're pushing right here. The people are fighting back. You're the only woman up here. What are you doing? I'm protecting our kids from the assaulted by police, mate. I don't get why they're doing this. All they're doing is trying to antagonise everyone, and all we want to do is a peaceful protest. And they're just taking everyone for overnight. It's supposed to be a balanced protest. And remember, the police here do not have guns on them. All they have is the riot shields and their batons.
You're all the aggressors and you're a disgrace. You're a disgrace, you're a disgrace, you're a disgrace. You're all disgrace to your country. You understand that? You're a disgrace to your country. Disgrace to your country. Disgrace to your country. You're a disgrace to your country. Thank you for your opinion, sir. Yourselves, all of you. You know the wrong. See the sadness in your eyes. You don't want this. You don't want this.
I can see you're getting emotional about this right now.
Because I can see the sadness in all of these coppers' eyes. They don't want to be doing this. They're doing it for a paycheck. Think about their own kids and that. Just look at them now. Look at them now. They're traitors, mate. They're traitors. And they should be
Yeah, this is something I've never seen before. I've seen protests because of shootings, stuff in the United States, deportations, but you guys are literally protesting because of the freedom of speech being taken away.
Freedom of speech being taken away, and the innocence of our children being taken away. Do they have kids? Would they want that in their own fucking for their own children? It's disgraceful. It's disgraceful.
You feel like you're becoming a second-class citizen in your own country?
Absolutely, and I've felt like that for many years. It's only become limelight in the media recently, but this has been going on for a very long time.
You think this was planned for the cops to leave their barricade to come out and
Absolutely. They'll always support the left wing, even though they're the most violent, as we've seen in the last couple of days with, God bless his soul, Charlie Kirk, you know? And it always will be portrayed that the right wing, we're right wing. We're not right wing, we're just right. And we're normal people coming out to defend our country and to defend our children, and that is it.
You think the forefathers of this country would be proud?
Absolutely, they're turning their
scared of us. Because they're scared of us. They're scared of us.
They'd rather have the control.
Well, they'd rather the optics on the TV that shows they did something and no, we didn't win. But they don't realise that this is nothing. No, it's just a few old girl there with some shield. This is nothing. Look, you see, it's got optics. It's like a movie. Oh, they're all behind recording them, you know. BBC, Sky, they're behind them. You're here as an independent. This side probably get a brick in the head, but you've got probably more moral fibre than these ones here. But the police here, their job, yeah, is to antagonise for optics. It's not protection of anything. It's not protection of buildings. There's no one in these buildings. They're bloody empty.
Yeah, it's totally different than in the United States when you see protests for deportation or for the death of somebody. Here it's because of the freedom of speech.
Yeah, purely what you say. You know, Charlie Kirk died. He died for what he believed in.
One of his famous quotes goes along the lines of, when violence starts, when conversation stops.
Yeah.
And conversations have stopped here.
In communist society, you don't want conversations. Because it goes against what you're trying to create.
If you guys enjoyed this video, go ahead and subscribe. I have more videos coming from the European continent coming out very soon because things are getting a little wild out here. So give this video.
Everybody get out! Get out! Everybody get out!
Dallas, Texas, February 13th, 2025, 3:30 p.m. The hotel restroom is silent, yet above the ceiling, footsteps echo. Seconds later, a man comes crashing through the tiles into a crowded conference room. What started as a routine credit catch quickly spiraled into a bizarre chase, $10,000 in damages, and a suspect in handcuffs. The suspect's name is Jacob Harris, a registered sex offender that came to do his evil will for a second time. But this time, it's DeMarcus Cousins with his EDP watch team ready to report Jacob to the Dallas County Police Department.
Charlie 515 to my cover. We'll coach this as long as you guys in the lobby.
Waiting in the lobby was DeMarcus Cousins III, not just a random guest. He carried a USB drive and screenshots that pointed directly to the suspect, who was a registered sex offender and was talking to their 13-year-old decoy. Moments later, a man matching the description slipped into the restroom. Officers called out again and again. Silence, until footsteps echoed above the ceiling.
The individual, he's up on the 9th floor right now. So what are you guys doing? So what's wrong? So we have an organization called EDP Watch, where we report individuals who are talking to the individual upstairs right now. We post our videos on YouTube every day, but our main concern is to get the evidence over the police.
You're alive and well.
Cases
Sorry, I couldn't arrange your welcoming reception.
Let's move. The quicker we get the artifact to Sam, the sooner we see Max. Faster than you can say, Jula Oblongata.
Pictures of it to them.
I await you beneath the main residence. Try not to get killed before we leave.
But then,
Right now, let's hope my gravestone won't read Death by Southern Hospitality.
ID of him with like a
If you could hurry it up, that would help.
Other 5 individuals, but he's saying that they placed the blame on him.
That's almost exactly what I wanted.
Fight and everything like that.
all you've endured, all the miles you've traveled, I regret there are just a few tiny final tests.
Anything should be difficult. Cheating death tops the list.
Crashing down to the carpets from below.
Okay, tell the cops to stop filming on their body cam.
Again, I'm asking you to step off the property. Off the property there now, guess what? I'm busy. Yeah, they're busy. Promotion in there. Try to go in the front. Is it a fair Can you step enough details off the property there now, guess what? I'm busy. Yeah, they're busy. Call him now. We heard a bunch of commotion in there. Try to go in the front. Somebody said they saw him go in there. He's in that bathroom.
So we're for sure know that he's in the bathroom.
You know, why else would you make that much noise? That's your
Hey, is there
Okay, if you get to the next drop the full building.
Even if this prima materia stuff can regenerate Maxis's body, how can it regenerate her mind? Her soul?
The sentinel artifact manipulates time as well as matter. Her human software will be pulled from the past. She will be the woman you knew.
I'm being patient. Can't you tell?
Are you able to put the door stop down?
Yep.
Put the door stop down and then
Boys!
Push it up more. Push it up some more. A little bit lower. Remember, Phillips, I'm setting up, all right?
I see a busted roof in the back stall.
He's in the ceiling.
The corner stall. Hey, somebody watch this door over here. This dude don't speak up more.
I hear more stuff moving in the ceiling.
Hey, I hear more stuff.
I hear more stuff moving in the ceiling.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear more stuff moving.
Right there. That middle hanging out.
He's up in the round.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, tell him he's back up.
What's up? All right, get out of there. Don't fall through the roof.
Yeah, the ceiling's destroyed in there.
What do you see in here? Where are you at? Where are you?
Ceiling back here is destroyed.
All right, evacuate. Everybody get out. Get out. Everybody get out. Look at you, man. Get out. The whole staff.
The room was chaos, ceiling tiles scattered across the floor. Hotel management would later estimate nearly $10,000 in damage, but among the debris, police recovered more than rubble.
a USB drive with hundreds of screenshots and digital evidence that could shift the entire investigation. But sadly, this wasn't Tarrant County where they have 3 convictions. This is Dallas County. They didn't even bother looking at any evidence. And even the officers that risked their life to catch this monster said that it was ridiculous for them to not even bring him down to be questioned.
On the ground now!
Don't you move, man. Don't you move. Okay.
Yeah, I'm off detective financial crimes and organization.
Hey, look, did you have a gun? We don't want like a loose gun or something. I mean, be honest. I don't know if you're being honest with me, but we don't want some kid grabbing a gun. Did you have a gun?
I'm sorry for the damage. I'm sorry. I'm scared, bro. We're scared, man. We're protected. I'm scared, bro.
Just stay right there. Just stay right there on your side. You want for them against the wall?
You sit on it, man.
You ain't got no guns? Hold on. Let me make sure you don't throw nothing in there.
He's under arrest for criminal mischief. So we stayed up. Why did you evade when I told you to come out with your hand up? You were scared. You're scared. You know I'm gonna charge you with evading now, right? I'm gonna charge you with evading, criminal mischief, and every warrant.
You did that. Disregard.
Spread the feet real quick. Okay. I don't care what you do. When I call your name until you come out with your hands up, because it's pretty good, you have a firearm, you better come out. With your hands up. On top of your head. You're instructed.
Welcome to Liberty Falls. You've traveled halfway around the world. Now let's get this finished.
I was expecting this place to be a bit more smoothing. Finally! All that howling put my teeth on edge.
My physical core is located beneath Holton Hall. Find your way down to me. Quickly.
Oh, right now, I just hope my gravestone won't read death by Southern hospitality. All this waiting, and I could still end up with a slap in the face. Lucky me! things. Nearly 6 years in a cell for starters.
Paramedics checked him on the scene before transporting him straight to Roost Jail. The chase ended in the hotel lobby, but the evidence in police hands was only the beginning of a much larger story.
My bad. You good? You what?
And we're going to jump on this right now. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you did, be sure to hit like button, subscribe, and share. Many, many more videos to come. But we got to talk about something. You guys know I go really, really hard on EA in the videos. But I'm going to turn down the rhetoric just a little bit because I don't want to radicalize anybody. And I don't want to, I don't want to do something that if I see something later on, but I'm also not going to shut my mouth because it's a free country and this needs to be said. So Jacob Harris, he was not charged with what he came to do at that hotel. He was not charged at all. There was nowhere on the docket that he was charged for that. In this clip right here, the cops blatantly say, hey, we're not going to even use this because they did their own investigation and they be messing it up. They just automatically assume. And this is Dallas County, right? And right next to Dallas County is a place called Tarrant. Tarrant County, this is all of the convictions that we have. So how in a county right next to you are you as a police officer? You're not even a prosecutor. You're a nobody. You're a police officer, bro. Over here acting like the judge, jury, and executioner. Who are you to decide what can be used, what cannot be used? But what I will say is that man, Jacob Harris, he is free now. After they got him on his warrant and everything, he served out the rest of his time and he's a free man. So I know Dallas County isn't going to do anything because we also had a predator send us literal CP, and I reported it to the Dallas County police officers, and I still have yet to get a call back from a detective. Dallas County does not care about it at all. Point blank, period. So this is the proclamation that I'm making at this video. I'm sad that I have to say this, but this is what it is. Jacob Harris isn't a first person. He's already an RSO. He just had what he thought to be a young person in the hotel room. And now that he's a free man, he is going to do it. There's no ifs, there's no wins. It's only wins. And when he does whatever he does again, I am going to go at John Pizzo, who was the head PA, and everybody there, because you guys have failed your community. When you could have charged him with what he did that day, but no, you come 3 hours later because of a war. You wait 3 hours for you guys to do your job, and you don't even charge him with it. I give them all the evidence. Nobody calls me back. My flash drive is still in your guys' evidence room. Give it back. Because you guys aren't going to use it. Give it fucking back. I am so tired of you, PA, and you guys not supporting the community. But let it be something happen to your family, and you're going to go and use the furthest extent of the law to prosecute that person. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, John Pizzo, and the Dallas Police Department. You all should be ashamed of yourself. You are nothing but failures. You have failed to protect your community. So I'm making this proclamation. When Jacob Harris does a violent sex crime to another female, it's going to be on your hands. That blood is going to be on your hands. And I'm going to make a video right away to let everybody know whose fault it was. And so I have all their contact information here. This is the DA's office. Don't give me that BS. Oh, we can't use it. No. The little county right next to you have 4 convictions. Do your job. Do what you were assigned to office to do. Protect and serve. I don't have anything else to say.
As far as I'm concerned, only good files are hanging on.
Okay.
If I'm best, I'm gonna take him out of his yard and kick his.
Hey, Darian? Yeah. How's it going? My name's Doyle.
I've been meaning to make a video talking about this for a while because this is a topic that I'm very, very passionate about, that I feel very strongly towards. The title's kind of not an exaggeration at all, despite it being, you know, like a classic YouTube title, The Worst Thing. But it kind of is, because this is all about posthumous releases from artists, aka the music label that the artist is signed to, putting out music or, you know, sometimes even worse, like private details, different merchandise, after they've died to further cash in on the artist's reputation, its fan base that still exists and is still very much emotionally tied to maybe the death of a certain artist. And there's so many shameless examples of this happening that end up resulting in stains on the discography and legacy of many different artists that didn't even have the choice in whether or not they could agree to what has happened to them. But to let you know the gravity of fully what I'm even talking about here, let's start off with the first example. So the reason why I first found this out and why I began to feel so passionate about this is because one day I first discovered this when I was at a Target, and randomly while I'm in the book section, I see Kurt Cobain's notebook, his personal journal, being sold for about $20, $30, give or take. And so I pick it up, just curious on what this is. I start flipping through some pages, and I start to see some really personal passages, just like straight diary stuff that you would expect of just him, you know, getting his thoughts out and just talking about his personal life. Things that kind of would make anyone uncomfortable that they are reading themselves. It feels like it's almost just like an invasion of privacy, like you're going into someone's room where you're literally just reading their diary. Like there's a certain uncomfort factor to it, like you shouldn't be reading this. And this is especially true of someone like Kurt Cobain, who of course struggled with depression, struggled with a lot of, you know, mental problems throughout their entire life. So of course that's part of the things that he's writing about. To be fair though, that wasn't all the pages. There was some more acceptable stuff that I can understand, like what could be interesting releases to the public, like rough ideas for like music videos or early lyrics of songs and whatever that you see all the time. But you'd be reading about early like Nevermind lyrics on one page, then flip over and just get like completely jump scared or something deep, like insanely deeply personal, and definitely should be private. Like this is just one example. I'm threatened by ridicule. I'm overly conscious of the sincerity of my voice. I like to have people. I love my parents, yet I disagree with nearly everything they stand for. I understand and appreciate the value of religion for some people, others. My emotions are affected by music. Punk rock means freedom. I use bits and pieces of others' personalities to form my own. Under what circumstances is that justified to release to the public as a product? Courtney Love, who I think generally is way overhated, but apparently she was the one who edited and approved of this, getting it published, meaning she also decided what would be included and what wouldn't be. And I just can't think of one justified reason why these specific passages of him just like using his journal, this is just his diary, why that should be sold for $30 at Target via just placed on someone's like fucking coffee table. That is insanely disturbing. That's next level. Even Kurt and Courtney's daughter, now that she's older, has spoken out about this being regrets and that she wishes her mom didn't make public and something that should have stayed private. Because it's one thing if it was like demos or lyrics, but now it's marketed as like getting inside the mind of Kurt Cobain and trying to understand his troubled mind. Like, what the fuck? Getting to know his deepest, darkest secrets from his own personal journal, which, by the way, his wife completely signed off on and said was just like a great idea to do. Just doing this for profits. This could be yours for just a few bucks. That's sick shit. I mean, he talks about his parents' divorce in here too and everything. I mean, he clearly used like, you know, his journal and overall just like writing down his thoughts and feelings as some kind of coping mechanism or way to relieve stress and to work out his problems. It's a reality that I can't even like comprehend of my, you know, deepest, most vulnerable personal thoughts that I'm writing to myself being manufactured as a product and sent out to millions of people to be bought, sold for $30 on Amazon. But this is my starting point. From here, I started to think about this concept a lot more, and many other cases where potentially this like could have happened, or there's some weird exploitative behavior of artists after they pass away. And it wasn't too hard to immediately remember of a few cases that I've just personally witnessed in my own life. Modern rappers XXXTentacion and Juice WRLD, although I don't really personally care for their music all that much, they have been some of the biggest victims of this, if not like the worst. Their greedy labels have actually milked them for every last drop, every last ounce that they were worth, even in debt. If you take a look at X's Spotify page, you'll be able to see that he has 7 albums out. 7 albums have been released in his name and 1 deluxe. Now you'd probably be shocked to hear that only 3 out of these 7 have been released by actually himself when he was alive. The rest were released all after he passed away, which means the majority of his albums that he has to show were literally released without his fucking choice. Truly some sickening stuff. Now to quickly qualify, there are ways and circumstances where close friends, producers, and collaborators release music from an artist after they pass away in an ethical way and in a good way that usually I'm fine with. Like a good example is Elliott Smith. At the time of his tragic death, he was nearly done with his next album. So his producer, who was very close to him, and a couple of other people in his life, helped finish off the finishing touches to release it to the public because they personally felt that was the right thing to do. That's like the gold standard, and rare exception that I think is fine, like for me personally when it comes to releasing an artist's music without their exact permission. But this is the exact opposite of what happened with X. This album, let alone like all of these albums, were nowhere near finished. And to such a high degree that it is like such a complete insult. It's such a horrible way to stain an artist's discography like this. And I'm not even like an XXX guy. Like I'm not even like there's a couple songs that I think are like decent or whatever. But I don't feel like this is necessarily high respect for him. But I couldn't imagine being like a fan of this guy and like just deeply invested in his work and just seeing this happen. If this happened to like one of my favorite artists, I would just be fucking mind blown. Because this wasn't just like a one-off. This wasn't just, one last tribute album that they released afterwards. After noticing that like some milk was left after this first release, after he passed away, they just kept dropping more. They dropped another, then they dropped another, then they dropped another. They got so desperate to literally milk anything from like X's catalog, they started releasing voice fucking memos of the guy. I'm not joking. They were so desperate to just get any stream in any possible way that they were releasing voice memos. 8 voice memos, man. What the fuck? It's crazy. I've never seen something like this. It's unbelievable. Voice memos from this guy's like an iPhone you're putting out just to get like a couple more streams? When is enough enough? Each album released was more incomplete as the last, and it's just an insane, disgusting, desperate attempt to make as much money as possible on a corpse. And all of it is an insane emotional manipulation of the dedicated fans who were actually emotionally invested in his art, in him as a person, that they're relying on, being so distraught, being so heartbroken that he was taken too soon, so that they're going to be the ones desperately clawing for anything they can get from him, even if it is voice memos, and they're preying on those people. This is the blueprint example, the exact opposite of an ethical tribute done to someone. And the craziest part? They still aren't done. They're still kicking it. They're still cracking it in 2025. This guy passed away in 2018, and still this year, the last people who I would ever expect having a new single out are apparently still dropping. What are you, insane? Are you fucking kidding? I guess legends truly do never die, because the labels will just like reanimate these corpses again and again and again if it means any dollars can come from this. A 2025 collaboration of Juice WRLD and XXXTentacion. And Juice WRLD is nearly just as bad of an example of this too, by the way. Like, same thing, he only released these 3 albums when he was alive, yet look at all of this bullshit. Even though Legends Never Die received a better reception than X's posthumous albums that came out afterwards, it just, listening through this, it becomes increasingly obvious, especially as the album continues to go on, that it's just such unfinished work and lazy. Like, there is no reason that this album should have been 22 songs long, especially when you listen to some of these and they're just clearly unfinished, which is something that should not be released. But what is Fighting Demons, man? Is this seriously the best tribute covers that you come up with too? The Party Never Ends 2.0. And don't mistake it, this label is just as bad as X's. I mean, I think this is the first time I've ever seen in my life 2 separate releases of the same album for the 3-year anniversary and the 5-year anniversary. What is that? And usually you see like 20-year anniversary deluxe, 30-year celebration anniversary, you maybe get like a remix. I mean, not even X's label had the balls to do this. This is kind of next level. You really can't wait 10 years? Is because you're worried that Juice WRLD is going to be relevant in like 10 years, 20 years? Is that why? Gotta squeeze every last opportunity as fast as possible before the fans don't care about them anymore? They're celebrating 5-year anniversaries of their posthumous album, not his actual ones that he released himself. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. This is some grim stuff. And these are just a couple examples off the top of my head just for this video to get comment down if you know any others, and maybe I'll talk about them again, because I bet there's so many, just an endless list of examples of different artists that have been taken advantage of in this way. This truly is like one of the worst things about the industry, one of the worst things about this. I appreciate everybody watching. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. If you enjoyed it, like and subscribe for more stuff. We got good content on this channel. Thank you to the Patreon viewers for helping out the channel. If you want a shout out, we'll be added to an exclusive Discord server. You can also join right there. Helps out a bunch. But yeah, that's gonna be it. I'll see you guys very soon for the video.
Meet Joseph Dupree, a 33-year-old man who we caught literally buying a hotel room for our underage niece. Usually when you go to hotels, you're trying to get away, on vacation. But in today's case, Joseph wanted to get away from his wife and son that is the same age as our niece. On today's explosive episode of PvP Watch, we went over Joseph's 200-page chat log spanning over 5 months. Play with your people. Did you still want something? Out of mind. And going deeper into hostile territory. Get it? Hostile, but hostile? No? Okay. So make sure you sit back, relax, hold your cupcakes tight, and also hit the like button and subscribe on today's exciting episode of Oh, wait, that's him walking out. Yeah, that's him. What car is him again? Maybe he's going to the mall. He's driving on. Yeah, I got his plate. Oh, he's parking more in the back. So he's just bought the motel. All we gotta do is just wait for him to invite a decoy over. Once he invites her over, we'll talk to him. Yeah, that'll be good. You're going to get a fish line. After I promise I got you.
What happened?
Oh, we're just waiting on the front. You can't tell, but we're just gonna wait on the front real quick.
Just don't break anything. No. I guess.
No. No, we don't do it like that. We're not the town. We're gonna end our upstairs. That's not the same. Okay, let me know when he's at the front.
He wants to.
Oh, he's coming to the front?
Just open it. I don't want to get it.
He got something out of his car? What is he getting? Okay, is he walking back? Yeah. Okay. No, yeah, we see the security here. He's coming to the front. Let's just sit back there. He's going back to the front. We're gonna just open the bag. He said 2 people?
Yes, but I see one person.
Yeah, he wanted a little girl.
Oh.
Wait. He's coming inside.
Make sure that he doesn't know when I give him his
No. You buy it legally, that's what you're supposed to do. Hey, Joseph, man. No, right here, man, we just want to talk. That's literally it. We just want to talk with you, man. We have a conversation? Yeah. Okay. I just don't want to do it in there. People overhear us. Let's go to the front. You good, man? Yeah. Okay. Bro, man, I try to look out for brothers, you know what I mean? Like, what entices you about it, man?
What really just hurt?
Yeah.
Like an addiction almost.
Addiction. I'm learning so much about you, Justin, man. You're a good dude, man. Thanks about the community. How many kids you got? One. Was it your son, right? Yeah. Oh, man, he looks like a splitted image of you. That's why I just want to talk to you about that. You feel me, big dog? So if you be cool with me, man, I'm going to be cool with you. I promise, man. What was it, man? Was she coming on to you, or like, what was going on?
Yeah, it was a little app. You know, you run across something and it's like, okay, well, if you make a post and then they reply, okay, well, so-and-so's interested or whatever like that.
Are you talking about, like, eating her out, having her hard and ready, man? It's like, she told you her age multiple times. She said I'm 15.
Yeah, you know, some people play this, you know.
Yeah. I've been talking for like, what, 3-4 months now, man? It's like, how long are you gonna keep a charade saying, you know, I'm, you know?
Yeah, it wasn't smart. Obviously.
I want to know about you, man. Like, what's going on with you and your baby mom?
We ain't been together a long time, man. It's me, my wife, we've been together for 10 years.
Oh, so you're married. What's going on with you and your wife, man? Like, is she not satisfying you, dog?
Probably an addiction. That's the only thing I can think of.
Are you a sex addict?
Probably so, yeah. It's been a tough year.
I want you to get a better 2025, man. I want this to be like a wake-up call, you know what I mean? Oh, I'm not trying to see another brother locked up, man. This system's already against us.
Man, why?
Oh, you got a good paying job. Like, the job's still good, right?
Was.
What happened with the job, man?
I don't know. I guess we're about to see.
Be honest with me, man. Was this shit you were talking, like, you really about it, man? You bought a hotel. It's like, what was gonna go down if you came through, man?
Yeah, I guess I was seeing that you was really...
What do you think would have happened?
I don't really think she was... Well, obviously she wasn't really... You never know, you know?
Yeah.
I could have got you.
Yeah, man. Oh, your son could have grew up without a dad, man. But how old's your son, man?
Yeah.
Jesus, teen dog. What if it was someone talking to your son like that, man? How would you feel, man?
Irate.
I know you a big dude, man. You a pet.
It's no secret that the Final Fantasy franchise isn't at the heights that it once was. It isn't at the popularity that it should be for one of the most well-recognized and influential JRPG franchises ever. We all have our own criticisms, our own wants when it comes to Final Fantasy and what direction they should go for a future entry, whether that be a mainline game or a spin-off. So this time, I gave you guys a voice for this video. I asked this community about their thoughts and posed a question. If you were in charge of Final Fantasy, what is one thing that you would add to make it the best Final Fantasy it can be? I got a lot of really great responses and picked out a handful that I thought were great to discuss. So as always, do not forget to like the video and subscribe to keep up to date with anything JRPG or gaming related in the future. And with that, let's get right into it. So if you were in charge of Final Fantasy, what is one thing that you would add? Now, this first comment comes from someone you may very well know, and it is Night Sky King. Put it simply, what he would add is for the franchise to start following in the classic formula again. Final Fantasy had a specific, recognizable formula that they would have from Final Fantasy 1 all the way to Final Fantasy 9, and you could argue Final Fantasy 10 as well, but I would say Final Fantasy 10 is when they started to kind of deviate from that original formula. But all of these games had playable party members, they had world maps, they had a deep...
As the protege approached the mountaintop, he heard a voice call. What is it that Pokemon players value most? Is it the intellect of a genius design? If it were simply the beauty of creation, would we not laud it regardless of whether we can before? But we don't. Given some design, players give freedom to play first. It's not the beauty itself players admire, it's not innovation, aesthetics, or creativity. The greatest trait players value seems to be that it must be left for a single person.
Sam, we have arrived. Let us put the Sentinel artifact to good use.
I tracked your approach, and I am pleased to come alongside you. Though you may find certain roles remain somewhat ineffective. My physical core is located beneath Colton Hall. Find your way down to me, quickly.
Well, I didn't come all this way to play sardines with the help. Housekeeping!
Better understand but in Generation 5, the gimmick, Pokemon that and battle with and become your friends.
I wonder if this is truly random. It could be rigged, you know.
Everything is ready, but there is more work to do to empower the Sentinel artifact.
Just tell us what to do. I've had it up to here with cryptic hints. I swear, if a little man on a spring pops out, I'm going to kick this box to bits. What a bloody swizz!
Media that does not evolve becomes boring. We tend to only like novelty to a certain big stop.
Even if this prima materia stuff can regenerate Maxis's body, how can it regenerate her mind? Her soul?
The Sentinel artifact manipulates time as well as matter. Her human software will be pulled from the past. She will be the woman you knew.
And plan to just build one more game before all.
I've started to enjoy the anticipation. Not a good psychological indicator.
This one kind of sells itself on just like having a ton of new stuff, regardless of if it's all good. First, you got the day and night cycle, which is an entirely new system based on the real clock. It adds a new level of dynamics to play. There's tons of smaller things too, like shiny Pokemon and animated sprites. Breeding opens up a whole new realm for replayability. You've also got features like Steel and Dark Knight and Held items. Primarily added for balance were all advertised as new features. Updated graphics on top of all this makes for a game relevant, fresh, and colorful. But if there's one thing that looks like it's actually once again for Pokemon itself. Gen 2 is the edition of 100 brand Pokemon. It's like, you like Pokemon? Well, we'll get ready for Pokemon 2. Electric Chinchu. You remember earlier on Pokemon? Well, check out Rattata 2. We got new birds. We got new legendary birds. Oh, and check out the new Mewtwo. Mewtwo 2 and Mewtwo 3. You remember your old favorites like Onix? You didn't like Onix? Yeah, same here. But don't worry, he gets a new evolution. Scyther gets an evolution. Seadra gets an evolution. Poliwhirl and Slowpoke, second evolution. And you thought Pikachu was cute? Well, say hello to baby Pikachu, baby Electabuzz, baby Jinx, baby Magmar, baby, baby. The concept that there could be more Pokemon than the original 101 was actually a crazy idea at the time. And while Gen 2 obviously had a lot of issues distributing these Pokemon, they still define the games, which is another great creative example of keeping one foot in familiarity as you branch out. When the more tame Cancer Dex and spicier Gen 2 decks are combined, the Johto roster feels like the perfect blend of iconic and interesting characters. Okay, so that does it for Gen 2. We are building up and towards Gen 6, where this is all going to come together and make so much sense, I promise. So, as a young franchise, Gen 2 has a lot of room to grow, and the result is that it gets a lot of praise for trying new ideas at a time where new ideas were kind of a dime a dozen. We are also trying new ideas, guys. Just literally trying to bring you, like, the absolute biggest banger videos we can. If you subscribe to help out the team, it would mean a lot. Generation 3. Now, with Helen, we got another brand new set of Pokemon. And I think that the key distinction between Gen 2 and 3 is that while new Pokemon are still a gimmick in the sense that they draw attention, they're no longer the gimmick. The idea of more new Pokemon, it doesn't have the that Gen 2 did. Instead, Gen 3's roster manages to differentiate the formula by seeing Hoenn center staging their attacks. While Johto's encounter table is pretty much just Kanto plus, Gen 3's dex feels like a soft reset. And this is the foundational concept that defines Hoenn. Johto had new Pokemon, but Hoenn is the first fresh new Pokemon experience. So the way the new dex is implemented is an attention-grabbing novel device, but it's not the only new feature. Now, Weather was introduced in Gen 2, but was placed so far on the back burner that it was practically sitting inside the walls of the game. In Gen 3, Game Freak finally fleshes it out, going so far to create the game's around legendary dex control event. It's a huge part of the storyline, various bosses use weather effectively, and there are tons of areas affected by the climate. itself. But I think because this was made in Gen 2 and feels like a genuine improvement to the gameplay, this doesn't come off as feeling like a second idea that in retrospect could be viewed as the inklings of gimmicks are actually abilities. Similar to both megas or even something like Pokemon getting a dark or steel typing, abilities are a new functional part that makes up a Pokemon. They add a level of dynamics to gameplay, which helps make Pokemon capable of being good without relying on things like stats. It's a cool, fresh new idea, but this is a very foundationally important concept that is not grounded in just novelty. It is function first and foremost, but Game Freak takes advantage of this function by introducing it in a way that garners attention. On top of the weather ability legendaries, you've also got things like your dad's slacking, which kind of takes its entire identity from this ability. Now, like every game, we also have some smaller sort of side ideas that get added, things like secret bases, contests, with trick houses, and so on. But this is all just like fun side feature fluff. I like contests. I don't think they're like imperative to the game. There's just something about these sort of side features that don't really feel like cheap gimmicks, almost just because they're like transparent. Like this is just side stuff. Have fun with it. It's not relevant to like the main game. I actually think the one thing that most closely resembles like modern day gimmick stigma in Generation 3 are double battles. Now that's not to say that double battles are cheap. Probably like one of the single most innovative ideas in the series actually. But they feel cheap in the way they're introduced, specifically in Ruby and Sapphire. All random trainer double battles are optional to the point where it's quite easy to just entirely miss them. Meanwhile, the only mandatory spotlight is Liza, who has Pokemon. And so because the feature doesn't really show itself off, its lack of commitment to what's actually a pretty big idea, it just kind of left players without much of an opinion for it. And I think it's big enough to like be featured in a team battle. Well, the way that it's not good, but just fresh, that kind of makes it feel like a gimmick. It's only in Emerald where this actually gets used properly and begins to show that it's an innovation of real and like serious value. And I think this goes to show like how important implementation of ideas are. If even a good idea is there is a quote I thought was interesting. It was, "It's a good thing." Now, usually this is the kind of line you hear.
Well, kiss my grits. We finally made it to the armpit of Appalachia.
All that matters is that you are alive and in possession of the original artifact.
No hard feelings! You were in my way!
I await you beneath the main residence. Try not to get killed before we meet.
Well, I didn't come all this way to play sardines with the help. Best thing I ever got in a raffle, second-hand microscope. I just knew this was going to work out. I'm warning you, Fox. I have a book of matches in my pocket.
I have every confidence you will recover the Sentinel artifact. Therefore, I am also certain you will be able to charge it up.
Governor, I knew it would not be as simple as merely delivering the cursed thing.
was told, even if this prima materia stuff can regenerate Maxis's body, how can it regenerate her mind? Her soul?
The sentinel artifact manipulates time as well as matter. Her human software will be pulled from the test. She will be the woman you knew.
Double points. Remind me of my mother. Soft on the outside, but with a spine made of iron.
Oh, I'll take that as a compliment. But don't ever call me mum or I'll punch you in the goonies.
Microsoft, but then I am Bethesda's portfolio with really supercharged Xbox Game Pass. Exclusives that bring full potential, and that trailer was the I can't go any no, Bethesda is what I thought was a big disaster. What I was less about delivering a game, more about dangling a carrot. The Elder Scrolls 6 was the ultimate bargain, and I suppose that's all it ever was to them. It wasn't really a game, it wasn't an experience they were going to give us, it was just that ace that they had in their sleeve that they wanted to impress the people around them, not the people who enjoy their games. Microsoft know, and especially Bethesda know, that no matter how the Elder Scrolls 6 is in terms of the gameplay, if it pushes the boundaries that it should, it doesn't matter. Everyone knows it's going to sell. It's going to sell very well. When you attach the Elder Scrolls franchise to any sort of game, it's going to get numbers. And when you put the most anticipated RPG maybe ever, GTA 6, up on the market, yeah, people are going to play it. No matter how many people want to try and boycott Bethesda, no matter how many people say, guys, we shouldn't buy this game, it doesn't matter. People are going to end up buying it. People like myself who are making this video right here, right now. I'm hating on it, but I'm going to buy it. Yeah, of course, because I want to play and experience this for myself. But I'm pretty sure I know what I'll be experiencing. It's going to be the same clunky mess that many of Bethesda's games have been plagued with in the past, and that is due to their lack of an upgraded engine. Another major concern I feel like Bethesda have sort of cheaped out with, is the only way I can really say it, is almost their comical lack of investment into an upgraded engine, a decision that is going to drag the Elder Scrolls 6 back.
It's been almost $4,000 and all of those might be equivalent. Check this out. CPU memory and a 12-card GPU memory awaiting retail.
just set up a OctaSpace rig, okay, with a 4090, an RTX 4090, and so I screwed up. I went through the whole process of installing OctaSpace, which I did through HiveOS, which was extremely easy, and actually it's very similar to Clore.ai. I installed through HiveOS as well. I know that there is a Windows node or Windows software for OctaSpace, but I decided I don't want to deal with Windows. I know a lot of you guys don't want to as well. So I did it through HiveOS. I know you can install Ubuntu server, which would obviously be free, and really the whole reason why I'm using HiveOS is because I already have HiveOS, and it's essentially free for me. So that's why. I highly recommend anyone that's going to be setting up AI rigs to go through Ubuntu, which is the free way to do it, and obviously for stability. Anyways, I set this all up, and I forgot to set up the rate, the base rate. For some reason, I thought OctaSpace was automatically getting the prices for anyone that's going to be renting GPUs, but I was wrong. I totally forgot to set the price for my 4090, so somebody rented it. And I want to show you guys what he's doing with it right now. I think he has it rented for like the next couple minutes or 9 minutes for like a penny or less than a penny. Anyways, I want to show you guys on the computer right after a word from today's video sponsor, Terra Hope. Go check down a couple of basic with no hesitation. Okay, so you guys can see here my HiveOS with my 4090. I just set up on OctaSpace. This is the first time I'm using OctaSpace. And yeah, like I said, it was very, very easy to install. Rented it, which was pretty much right away because I didn't set the base price. Okay, I wish the installation here talked about, you know, setting up the base price right away. Basically, it was at like 79 to 80 degrees Celsius. So right away, it was mining. Okay, if I just type in HTOP here, HTOP, we can see this person rented it out for crypto mining Qubit coin on luckypool.io. Alright, so apparently Qubit coin is apparently really, really profitable right now, and that's why they rented it out. As you guys can see here, 10 miner, algorithm Q hash, and Qubit. It's not Qubit with a C, but Qubit. Okay, apparently this is what's profitable at the moment. But anyways, it's rented out right now, my 4090 right away, and yeah, I had to change the fan speed up to 100. Alright, so that's one thing that I think some people probably should do or had to do if they had their rig set up. Probably noticed that it was getting pretty hot. But anyways, when I put my 4090 onto OctaSpace, basically you can see here the specs of this. I don't have anything too special on this. This is an i9-10850K CPU. It's a bit older generation, the Z490 chipset, much older, but basically performance here of this rig seems to be pretty decent. My internet speed is obviously pretty good, but looking at the configuration part, okay, so this is where I didn't know this until later on, like maybe like 5-6 minutes later, because I saw on HiveOS it was rented, right? I'm like, oh, someone is already using my rig, but how much am I getting paid? So I initially thought that OctaSpace was giving out the prices of these GPU rentals based on the rig and like the spec and I guess the benchmark that it does essentially, but I was wrong. Okay, and so I had to click on rental and rendering. VPN, I don't have that checked because then I have to open up ports on my firewall, so I didn't go ahead and do that. But I clicked on allow custom images, and then here it is, prices. Okay, so this is where I did not set the price. Alright, so now, alright, this was actually set at like 0.001 or something like that. Okay, but yeah, so I just changed this. Here, I changed it back to 33 cents. I have 33 cents per hour. You know, this is another thing. I've been basically trying to, like, I want to, like, lowball everyone. Basically, I auto-sorted by price, the lowest price possible for a 4090. Now, some people are charging way cheaper for their 4090, and but some of them are not rented, right? And so that's actually one thing which I talked about last week in a video. Some people have been expressing that they're not getting rented. And that could be from a plethora amount of reasons. Maybe the price, maybe the spec of the rig, maybe your internet. Who knows? There's a lot of variables when it comes to this. But, you know, I thought, hey, my rig's pretty good. I'm going to charge, 33 cents? Because there are people who are charging like 40, 50 cents per 4090. Sure, they have like a Ryzen 9, 5950X or something like that. But anyways, aside from the price, okay, I have it set at 33 cents, but it's already rented. So actually, if I go to sessions, Okay, I can show you guys here. Somebody has already rented my rig, and it looks like it's going to be done by 1. It looks like it's only a 9-minute session, so if I actually click on it, I've been paid 0.0015 octaspace, which I think is like not even a penny, okay, in USD value. So you can see my price for this session is rated at 0.01. Isn't that funny? Isn't that terrible? That's actually pretty funny. Session ended normally. Okay, so it looks like, I wonder if this is done now. Hold on, let me refresh this. No, it's not. Okay, so I don't know. I'm not quite sure what that means. A session ended normally. So it's, let me refresh the browser here. Okay, yeah, it's still rented. So I'm not quite sure for how long. It does say duration 9 minutes. Maybe that was normal, but maybe it's continuously rented now. Okay, I'm not quite sure what that means, but okay, this is Future Red Panda. I'm recording, and I just realized that second one right below this normal, that means the session ended normal. So that was like a 9-minute session. But there's this new one, okay, right below it, and now it's been about 4 hours. Okay, I'm gonna continue on this video after, but this one's also, it seems like it is rented under like a penny, so I'm not really getting much from this one either because I didn't set the base price until after this guy, whoever rented my rig for a penny or something. Anyways, back to the video. Again, this is my first time on Octaspace, but yeah, my rig.
James Wynn is known for his reckless trades and miraculous rise to fame. A man who went from just $200 to over $100 million by trading phantom internet money. A sign to the average person that it could be done, but on May 30th, 2025, he lost everything. So who is James Wynn? He was apparently born in a small town in the UK, tweeting that he struggled to get by. And if his trading history is anything to go off, then it's probably because he was blowing pocket money on Pokemon cards every week. In Pokemon, the goal is to catch them all. So Wynn decided to apply that thesis to meme coins. Trawling through the trenches during the horrific days of both BNB and Ethereum, Wynn eventually stumbled across a little-known coin called Pepe. He then proceeded to throw literally everything he had at the coin and its potential upside. According to various sources, Wynn gambled $7,600 on Pepe in April 2023. With the coin up around 8x from his original investment, he took to Twitter to do something which at the time was relatively unheard of. He made a bold statement, manifesting that the coin would reach 4.2 billion in market cap. A meme coin, a cartoon frog, would reach 4.2 billion. Or even our meme coin. It's going to be worth more than publicly traded companies? Are you insane? Turns out, he wasn't. The coin went on a gargantuan rally over the coming months from where he first got in at 600k. The market cap today stands at nearly $5 billion, which is roughly a 400x. The scary part is that the coin peaked at over 10 billion. As you can imagine, Wynn made a shit ton of money. How much? An estimated $25 million. Well, that makes my 5x on some random coin about a cat seem, well, a bit shit. Now you'd think that would be enough to retire, but Wynn had only just gotten started. He dove back into the trenches, printing on coins like Andy and Wolf, which both did very well, but like all things crypto related, there is always a dark side. The allegations over Wynn's malicious side of trading only grew over time. Supposed links to Alameda Research of all people, and a coin he was heavily involved in called Elon, which randomly decimated holders out of nowhere, tarnished that once golden reputation. Then there was the Baby Pepe saga, where Wynn allegedly asked for a 2% bag, close to around $57,000 in total value, only to then dump it hours later, profiting around $70,000 from the pump
after he was onboarded. It was at this time where Wynn decided that the KOL life wasn't for him. The responsibility of others losing money on his behalf, the drama of being associated with bad actors and rug pulls, he decided to go it alone and turn to the dark side. Now the dark side for most is going from stocks to meme coins, but going from meme coins to trading perps, that's like going from a gentle pint at the pub to black tar heroin. Next chapter of his legacy though was about to be written. In March of 2025, Wynn returned to the crypto space on new trading platform Hyperliquid. What is Hyperliquid? It's a decentralized trading desk that allows users to trade crypto while leveraging to the absolute tits. Usually, this is reserved for whales who know what they're doing or degenerate gamblers. But what if you happen to be both? Hyperliquid's offerings were perfect for Wynn, but there was a catch. Every move he made was now visible to the public, and it didn't take long for audiences to gather to one of the most chaotic performances we've ever seen. Now, according to the Token Dispatch, Wynn made over 40 trades between March and May of this year, which is nothing compared to my 69 daily trades on meme coins. But it was the size of the trades that left people's jaws on the floor. He wasn't just deploying high leverage, he was doing it with millions of dollars. Using 40x leverage on Bitcoin and maxing it out on meme coins, this meant that every trade had the potential to skyrocket him to being in the Forbes 30 under 30, or to send him back to his hometown with a job application for McDonald's. All of these trades though were leading up to one big crescendo. One trade that would change his life. It was time for Wynn to go in. Fueled by something, presumably, Wynn stared at charts and drew lines long enough that a Bitcoin rally looked inevitable. He opened up a 5,500 Bitcoin position with 40x leverage, betting that the price would go up. His liquidation price was a mere 98,294. Now Bitcoin is known for flying up and down 10% for fun whenever it feels like it. So this wasn't just risky, it was a trade with so much size and so much leverage that all of crypto stopped in their tracks to watch it unfold. In the days that followed, Wynn did something unprecedented. He doubled down. Upping his position to over 7,000 Bitcoin, his liquidation price moved to $100,330. What did he know? With the trade going his way, Wynn decided to add even more chips to the table. His position was now worth 9,300 Bitcoin and worth a total of $1 billion, including leverage. His average entry price was about here now, 108,000. Now Bitcoin did peak at around 110k that day, and that was enough for Wynn to close some of this trade, securing 11.9 million in profit. Surely that was it. Balls of steel were crushing the table, and he just made more money than most will ever see in their lifetimes in the space of one day. The next day, he went back in, opening another 10k long position and pushing his unrealised gains up to 39 million. For perspective, that's the exact same price that Leicester City paid for Harvey Barnes, a Premier League footballer. But the road to $100 million was on. But after starting out hot, it turns out that was likely because Icarus was flying too close to the sun. Bitcoin plummeted back to 106,000 following another Trump tariff announcement. Scrambling for what to do after watching millions of dollars evaporate, Wynn closed a Pepe long to increase his Bitcoin position to over 11,500 Bitcoin. His average price was now 108,000, liquidation 105. The funny part is though that if he just held this whole time on a stable position, shut up and let the man gamble. Over the next 2 days, Bitcoin continued to be volatile, diving dangerously close to his liquidation point. With the price now plummeting, the desperate traders switched sides, opting to short Bitcoin instead and inheriting a loss of 13 million while doing so. But unfortunately for James, the worst was yet to come. On May 26th, Mr. Bitcoin heard James's plan and decided to do something wild. Not from any technical analysis, no fundamentals, just because it was funny. It pumped. And it pumped hard. Wynn closed a lot of those short positions, netting around another $15 million loss in approximately 15 hours. But he still had a dog in the fight. 65 million down from his once outrageous 87 million, he was determined to lose it all back again. His liquidation price, now around 110,000, and he was living on the edge. On May 30th, 2025, the portfolio of James Wynn laid down its arms and prepared for the afterlife. James Wynn, after weeks of hair pulling, sweating, and approximately one shower, was liquidated. A total loss of $99 million. Were his trades wrong? It's hard to say, but what we do know is that rumours of aggressive whales trying to use his publicly known liquidation points as price targets was swimming in the waters. Whether it was all of these malicious whales, the Greek gods themselves, or simply some terrible risk management, Mr. Wynn became Mr. Loss. But what can we learn?
Gold jewelry, gold skincare, and even gold-coated food. The allure of gold is nothing new, but the precious metal is the most expensive it's ever been.
This is 1 kilo of gold. 20 years ago, it was worth $11,000, and today, $63,000.
Gold has been on a meteoric rise since 2024, and the price has hit record highs several times this year. But this modern-day gold rush isn't just pushing everyday people to buy gold bars. It's led to consequences in Africa's gold-rich nations. Foreign mining companies have moved in to extract the resource to meet the growing demand. So what exactly is making gold more expensive than ever? And how do the economic decisions of the U.S. affect communities 6,000 miles away? The relationship between humans and gold dates back thousands of years. The Lydians were the first to use gold as currency around 700 BC. Over the following centuries, other civilizations adopted it too, cementing gold's reputation as a global symbol of wealth. In the U.S., gold mining captured the imagination during the gold rush of 1849, as people flocked to San Francisco in search of buried treasure. In 1900, the U.S. officially adopted the gold standard, a system that established a fixed price of gold in U.S. dollars. Although the U.S. abandoned the gold standard in 1971, gold has always represented material value.
It's been used for thousands of years as a transfer of wealth in a very widely respected way to move value from one place to another.
Today, gold is often considered a safe haven asset. When markets get shaky, people often turn to it to keep their wealth safe.
In normal years, gold only appreciates at a regular, small kind of percentage per year. But when things get kind of hairy, that's when you start to see real run-ups and spikes in the price of gold.
Take the years following the 2008 financial crisis, for example. As the stock market was spiraling, gold prices jumped 13% in 2009, 27% in 2010, and 33% in 2011. Gold prices dropped by about 45% when the economy recovered between 2011 and 2015. But COVID-19 sparked another economic downturn in 2020, causing prices to grow 25% and surpass $2,000 an ounce for the first time in history. More recently, on April 2nd, 2025, the day President Donald Trump announced his tariff plan, the markets reacted almost immediately. Apple's stock fell more than 7%, Tesla's by more than 6%, and Amazon's by more than 5%. But gold? It was trading higher on the commodities market. Even though the stock market has recovered since April, Goldman Sachs predicts gold will hit a record of $3,700 per ounce by the end of 2025, as people and central banks flock to it for security. Now it seems everyone wants to get their hands on a gold bar, and one retailer is helping meet the demand.
Costco has been cashing in on the gold craze. They are selling out within hours.
People are buying these up to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars.
It's been a fascinating place to watch Costco sort of explore this market, and it's built a real niche community of collectors.
Costco has been selling gold bars and coins to its members since 2023.
If you want to own a little bit of gold, the best way to start is with a bar like this.
Demand for them has become so high that in May 2025, the retailer started limiting its customers to one bar at a time.
I came across an individual who said that they had bought some $30,000 worth of gold from Costco this year alone.
Jewelers have also seen an increase in demand. Michael Littman and his cousin Gary run this store in New Jersey. In recent months, they've seen 20% more people coming in trying to sell old jewelry.
Nice to meet you. Please sit. Let's see what you got. Well, gold is so high now. It's such a great time to sell. I remember when it was $40 an ounce back in the day. You know what's great is people typically come in expecting to get, I don't know, a few $100s, and now people walk out with thousands of dollars. And it's really nice, especially if you need the money. So the price for this is $1,247. Isn't that nice? I didn't expect that. This was in a drawer in the back of a sock drawer?
There's also a rush to mine gold from electronic waste.
So this gold bar that I'm holding in my hands is about 1.2, 1.3 kilos, and that's the amount of gold that this facility is recovering each day.
When we published the story in early 2024, that bar was worth $85,000. More than a year later, it's worth about $135,000.
Whenever a commodity like gold is in very high demand, that automatically starts to drive up interest in extraction of that commodity from the countries where it's produced.
Countries like Liberia. An estimated 3 million ounces of gold lie deep beneath its lush forests. Mining dramatically increased here in 2008 because of the U.S. financial crisis. Liberia's gold production more than doubled that year. Now, foreign mining companies in places like Turkey, the UK, and Canada are moving in to extract more. This means more competition for locals who've been mining at a smaller scale. Alex Duru has been mining gold for nearly half of his life.
I saw my brother doing the mining. I decided I was
Alex mines both independently and for hire with mining companies. Today, he's working with a team of 29 other independent miners. They rely on basic tools.
We don't have machines, we don't have tools to keep ourselves
Sam, we have arrived. Let us put the Sentinel artifact to good use.
I tracked your approach, and I'm pleased you came along, Sergei. Though you may find Colton Hall remains somewhat
Housekeeping!
Is lined with a carpet-like fabric that covers the board. A wide sediment through the head.
Hurry! We have so much to do, and it's lonely down here.
Patience, Sam. The team is busy schmoozing with the locals.
What's left behind is a small portion of the
Bonus points.
I had every confidence you would recover the Sentinel artifact. Therefore, I am also certain you will be able to charge it up.
Come. I knew it would not be as simple as merely delivering the cursed thing.
I'll dedicate the pile of bodies I leave behind to you. All this waiting. Even if this prima materia stuff can regenerate Maxis's body, how can it regenerate her mind? Her soul?
The Sentinel artifact manipulates time as well as matter. Her human software will be pulled from the past. She will be the woman you knew. Trust her.
Max armor.
Be patient. Can't you
Remind
tell?
me of my mother. Soft on the outside. With a spine made of iron.
In March 2025, George and several Matt House residents sent a letter of complaint to Liberia's Ministry of Mines and Energy, asking for intervention to stop Hongtu's operations.
And once there was no listening. There was no.
If we well, the power to getting all this stuff in. I've just recently outstudied what the white people in the side union.
Giant warehouses are popping up across the US, more than 2 every week. They feed AI algorithms, store photos, and answer our questions.
Hey Google.
A data center campus like this can consume as much power and water as an entire city. And many of the biggest server farms are emerging from the desert. But there's no official record of how many of these are being built, where they are, or even who owns them.
To be honest, I've never really run into so much resistance for records than this project.
Big tech companies often go to great lengths to hide the details. So we decided to build a map.
What we designed is a system to see not only the individual location of each data center across the country, but also where they cluster.
And for some, these clusters are appearing too close to home. We went to meet people who say having data centers next door is affecting their health.
I had a hard time breathing, I couldn't sleep, I thought I was losing my mind. Summertime is more of a during the winters, almost like an engine trying to start.
So how many data centers are there in the US? And is there enough power and water to satisfy a building boom that is only just getting started? Where I am standing now is at the middle of the data center capital of the world. This is Loudoun County, Virginia, otherwise known as Data Center Alley. And it may not look like much from down here, but just take a look from up above. These are Amazon data centers. Zoom out and you can see tech companies tend to build data centers in clusters, where there is a reliable power supply, access to enough water, as well as tax breaks and affordable land. But of course, these tend to also be places where lots of people already live, like Santa Clara County, California, or the most heavily populated part of Arizona, Maricopa County. And of course, here in Northern Virginia, the most densely populated part of the Washington, D.C. metro area, and one of the largest and fastest growing residential areas in the U.S.
Yeah, I mean, I was the fourth homeowner in this neighborhood, fourth to occupy a house in this neighborhood.
Donna Gallant has lived on this street in Prince William County, Northern Virginia, for the last 30 years. All very peaceful until 2021, when things started to change. These are Google data centers, and ever since they started rising from the ground, Donna has been looking for answers.
There's no transparency, and well,
or with local authorities? Or
both. So anytime you ask a question, it's, oh, we signed an NDA, we can't talk about it. Oh, we're under NDA, we can't talk about it. So there's no transparency at all.
The site isn't complete yet, but she says the noise is already taking its toll.
When I go to my room at night, the tonal noise immediately triggered my anxiety to the point where I couldn't sleep. I ended up having to go down on my first floor and put noise-canceling headphones on just so I could sleep.
Over the next few years, they will find themselves surrounded by a string of new data centers.
That's going to go from this road here all the way and around my neighborhood. That's where the data center is going to go. And that's going to be 75 feet tall. That's not going to be.
Zoom out a little more and you can see this plot of land. It was originally meant for housing, but in 2023 it was rezoned to clear the way for the construction of data centers instead. Prince William County already has over 70 data centers, but if this master plan for a data center opportunity zone is fully realized, together with Loudoun County to the north, they'll have more data centers than Russia. Donna set up a local campaign to challenge the rezoning, but the lawsuit was dismissed.
Yeah, it's heart-wrenching. It's heart-wrenching. Do I pull feelings towards the data center industry for that? Yes, I do. I think we all need to remain strong together. That's what I think strong industry is the right answer.
There is no
What a relief! You're alive and well! Sorry, I could not arrange a more welcoming reception.
Let's move. The quicker we get the artifact to Sam, the sooner we see Maxis again. Can't argue with the third law.
bunker.
Well, I didn't come all this way to play sardines with the help.
Some final preparations remain to activate the Sentinel artifact. Only then can we bring back Nexus to the dark.
Just tell us what to do. I've had it up to here with cryptic hints. Even if this prima materia stuff can regenerate Maxis's body, how can it regenerate her mind? Her soul?
The Sentinel artifact manipulates time as well as matter. Her human software will be stripped from the past. She will be the woman you knew.
At last, a glimmer of positivity.
Insta-kill.
If you could hurry it up, that would help. You spoil me.
You remind me of my mother. Soft on the outside, but with a spine made of iron.
Oh, I'll take that as a compliment. But don't ever call me Mum, or I'll punch you in the goonies.
Tear them to pieces.
mountain hall. I trust your journey was uneventful.
Well, I almost stitched Beck's mouth shut, but otherwise, I only hope it was worth dragging the Sentinel artifact halfway around the globe.
That's right, Yanks. Long live the Queen.
Enter the men hall and descend to the mainframe chamber. Time for us to meet face to face.
If you have a sense of smell, go ahead and switch it off. None of us have seen a shower in weeks.
This is a story unfolding not just in Wyoming and in Virginia, but across the country. The average American holds
I'd forgotten you were a bit of a sadist, Box.
How exciting!
knew this was
We
gonna
are
work
just a
out.
few steps short of restoring Nexus.
Just tell us what to do. I've had it up to here with cryptic hints. Have we ever figured out exactly how and why this box works?
So do the building's
That's
cooling
almost
systems
exactly
and
what I
water
wanted.
pumps. The largest data centers can consume over 2 terawatt-hours of electricity a year, enough to power 200,000 homes. And just in case the power cuts out, data centers have backup batteries, as well as those diesel generators that they need permits for. The byproduct of all that energy use. In many data centers, massive cooling systems suck out hot air and pass it through air conditioning units in a continuous loop. The most common type uses chilled water to absorb heat and release it from the cooling tower. The cooling systems and fans emit a constant drone. The noise level is generally below the limits permitted for industrial zones close to residential areas, but these were never designed with the 24/7 drone of modern data centers in mind. Listen to this. The ambient sound of Dullestown Center in Northern Virginia recorded on a phone. Three Amazon data centers sit roughly 200 meters away. I ran the audio through noise reduction software. Only then do you realize that hidden behind the drone of the data centers, there is birdsong. About 20 miles south in Manassas, Virginia, Carlos Yanis measures the noise from his local Amazon data centers.
It's pretty much feeling we're experiencing.
And that's just from your deck out?
That's from the deck.
So what sort of reading are you getting?
So right now it's stabilizing, but of course we're talking.
He does this twice a day, usually in the evening, and logs his readings for the local residents group. This has been his routine for the last few years.
It's not something that we just hear, it's something that we just feel enough to the point that it's really, really strong and able to cope with those.
He spent $20,000 on insulation and replacing all of the upstairs windows. Still, the sound and the feeling of the constant humming keep him from sleeping.
I'm getting bombarded each and every day. And again, I can't
Colton Hall. I trust your journey was uneventful?
Well, I almost stitched Beck's mouth shut, but otherwise, da. I only hope it was worth dragging the Sentinel artifact halfway around the globe.
My physical core is located beneath Colton Hall. Find your way down to me. Quickly.
Oh, right now, I just hope my gravestone won't read death by southern hospitality. Consider that your final warning.
Bonus points.
Everything is ready, but there is more work to do to empower the Sentinel artifact.
Just tell us what to do. I've had it up to here with cryptic hints. I'll count my blessings. Even if this prima materia stuff can regenerate Maxis's body, how can it regenerate her mind? Her soul?
The Sentinel artifact manipulates time as well as matter. Her human self-there will be pulled from the past. She will be the woman you knew. Trust me.
Insta-kill. You remind me of my mother. Soft on the outside, but with a spine made of iron.
Oh, I'll take that as a compliment. But don't ever call me Mum or I'll punch you in the goonies.
Tear them to pieces. Max ammo.
Now that we're so close to bringing back Maxis, I'm having second thoughts. I mean, we're playing God here. That never ends well.
I know she was special to you. To me as well. If there is a chance this will work, how can we not try?
A lady should always be proper. And I just proper stopped you.
revitalized.
If nothing else, Sergei's a survivor. I grieve for what he went through while we were away. Not exactly cutting-edge technology, is it?
Excellent work. Good work, at least. Now you have 2 components. That is better than one.
Double points.
I wasn't worried. Not even for a second.
Max armor.
I won't really believe it's working until it makes a little ding. You're not sure you have the right floor?
All this talk about prima materia, alchemy is physics, and astrology is to astronomy.
Spoken like a true Capricorn. Kidding, Strauss. I know you're a Taurus.
Oh, who goes there? Richard. Come on in, take a load out.
Full disclosure. This is fun. Well, this is a step in the right direction.
Is that sending out to her? Oh, never mind. Yes, I know.
Away from fossil
going to show you a few different modern fast food locations with the logos removed, and I want to see if you can guess which restaurant it is. Here is number 1. That is Panda Express.
Military superiority, but it's still good. Faster than you can say Majula Oblongati.
Well done, Verlaine. You're making Verlaine look totally bad. You sure doesn't shoot like a scientist.
It's the kid.
Who died in here? Oh, yeah.
Tear them to pieces.
Up, Raptor 1. Just need the removal van.
Exfil request received. Call your ass. Self-safety, the pilot manual. Don't need a pilot manual to know that we cannot land in the sea of reanimated hostiles. This is Raptor 1. Ready to acquire home and base.
acquire the DLC. That's $30 on top of the $70 you pay for the main game. Then, the 3 new starter megas are unlocked through the ranked mode. They are ranked season rewards. So, in order to get those, you have to pay another $20 for Nintendo Online. And they are not obtainable in any other way, meaning they're also limited time. All 3 are end-of-season ranked rewards, and we have no idea how long a season is. If it's long enough, you might have to pay for Nintendo Online for multiple years. So it could be even more than 20, maybe $40 for all the megas that are already in the game. And God forbid you just don't like ranked mode. You know, Pokemon, a baby game. Sorry, little Timmy, your favorite mega for your favorite starter that you think is really cool, you just can't have it because you have to face against the 30-year-old bruised and sweat lord whose soul is filled with plastic. Those Pokemon games are $30, or I believe to be the best the series ever has on. Now, for one Pokemon game, you need $70 for the main game, $30 for the DLC, and then another $20 for online, just to get content already in the game that has been cut out to pay for later. So that's a $120 Pokemon game. Remember when Nintendo games were cheap? And that's the low estimate. Maybe it's $130, maybe even $150, and that's only what we know before the game
Sam is in Tower 3. I'm trying to find a way there. Stabilize the ether reactors before they go critical. Please.
This is what Maxis would have wanted. It has to be. I don't like mind games. Hence the brain removal. Sam, Maxis isn't coming back, is she?
No. I wish I'd leveled with you sooner, Elizabeth. The Forsaken wore her down until there was nothing left.
Deep down, I always knew. How dare you give me false hope?
It is the last thing she would have wanted. I know this better than anyone.
Bonus point.
Remarkable! Not a hair out of place.
If you're hearing this, my name is John Blanchard. Keep your heads on a swivel for Dr. Pericles Panos. He's killed at least one of my teams and is absolutely insane.
Hello, it is nice to meet new friends. Have you been outside? Did you get to see the hedgehog cloud?
All this time, I clung to the hope I could bring back Maxis. And that's over now.
Perhaps, Elizabeth. Or perhaps you have a chance to do something even greater. I am confident you will choose wisely.
Come on now. Spit out some nonsensical bollocks already. This'll keep me in fighting form. Excellent choice, Fox.
Insta-kill.
There's a bit like roulette. At least it's
The
not the Russian
options
kind.
before us always seem to be bad ones. Create the false maxis or help the director. Boy, boy.
Helping Richtofen is a non-starter. He's a monster. But expunging a terrible mistake from Maxis's record, maybe I owe her that.
budget game, and people considered it a ripoff at the time. Now you're paying more or less. There was more.
Utah County Jail. He has a living hell of a life ahead of him. Now, in the last video, I explained exactly what will happen to him and even what gangs are already waiting for him once he does arrive at the prison. But today, let's go over what he's going through right now as we speak in the county jail. And that isn't me saying I feel sorry for him. It's me saying, good. I'll explain everything. Let's get started. So first off, I'm going to touch briefly on what I mentioned at the very start of the previous video, because we were talking about what it will be like in prison. Now we're going to talk about what's going on right now with his situation and his very near future situation while still in Utah County Jail. That's where he's at. Now this has now been confirmed 10 hours ago to the local news media in Utah from the county jail officials themselves. So, at the time, I was assuming and predicting this based off my own incarceration experience, and thankfully, the media and the staff has now confirmed this 10 hours ago. So, yes, he is being held. They say, I'll show you the clip in a second, very brief clip. He is being held on S-word watch, which is basically the S-word, unalive. They also say the sheriff says he's not cooperating, he's not speaking, he's not saying anything to anyone. And so, if he's not saying anything to anyone, then usually they only put you on S-Watch, we'll call it, if you made remarks to the staff that you are wanting to unalive yourself. So why are they doing that? I think it's most likely that it's because of his father's own testimony, who's the one who turned him in. He told police that he was invested and he could take himself out of here. He'd rather take himself out of the world than let one person catch him what he did. So, based off those remarks, kind of friendly they have placed him on S-Watch. What happens there, as I said yesterday, and as you can see in his mugshot, this is why he has no shirt on. He's butt naked except for this weird little dark green padding. It's reflecting that vest, or I'm not a fire, I can't turn his vest. He's falling, barely falling.
else? Population? Well, less.
Normal clothes, their blue jeans, and they get, their jumpsuit, and then they wait to be sent to some part of the jail. So you always have 5, 10, 15 correctional staff members walking around looking in your cell while you're in there butt naked pooping into a hole. But also you have 20, 30, 40, 50 inmates at any given time in this intake.
Than yesterday. Never been so glad to see backup arrive. Hell, lucky I'm still in one piece. I need you to look for survivors. Subdue any threats. Help me save this town. Copy? Listen up. We've got 3 scientists unaccounted for. Not being in town. Locating and extracting them is now your top priority. Some sort of half-ass blueprint. Might be worth a closer look.
I was trying to fix your keys, but I might have gone a bit too far. Does it always take this long? It's been ages. It's like you read my mind. Shit.
Kaboom! For a team who didn't expect to take on the apocalypse today, you're handling this well.
Did you think I was some kind of pushover? I'm always keen to expand my weapon portfolio. Got anything in Well, aren't you just a little ray of sunshine inside this wayward reality?
Double points.
I wonder how many different things are in there. Is it infinite?
Bonus points.
It's like you read my mind. Shit. I hope not. I can't wait! Seriously, I don't have time.
Bye bye. Tear them to pieces. Watch your 6. There's gotta be more. Max ammo.
Listen, I did something nowhere near as bad as what this guy did. guy who has been conducting research over the past 3 to 4 years, and I've looked over all of it, and I'm heavily impressed by what he's come up with. And he's listed all the politicians, the celebrities. He has the list put together, and I do believe that this is a real list, not some fairy tale fabricated list that the government keeps telling us existed at one point in time. So for those of you who are Patreon members, please be on the lookout for that. The link is in the description if you want to become a member of the Patreon. So about 3 months ago, a lot of you will remember that we made a video talking about this lady who shared the story of this guy who allegedly sold his soul, and she gave us the granular details about how the process took place pretty much over a year's period. But a lot of you all struggle to understand if this story or believe if this story was real or not, because she was sharing somebody else's story. Somebody else dated this guy, and now she was sharing the story on this girl's behalf. So a lot of you all struggle to believe if this was real or not, or if she was just fabricating. And then we will follow up after the fact and make a video talking about all the different ways in which people, not just celebrities, can sell their soul to be able to make it more realistic for people to understand and get a grasp of, instead of just seeing it as this mythical thing that people only talk about figuratively speaking and not ritualistic. Well, I have a story for you all today that is going to blow your mind. It is, number one, it's the best example I've ever seen. Maybe outside of DMX, Michael Jackson, and maybe a couple of other people, we probably got videos of, the big time Michael Jackson. This is instant history.
I hope you rested up on your journey to West Virginia. You look well, all things considered.
I was expecting this place to be a bit more sciencey. That's right, Yanks! Long live the Queen!
Once you get inside, make your way down to my mainframe chamber. I cannot wait to see you.
Oh, right now, let's hope my gravestone won't read Death by Southern Hospitality.
Everything is ready, but there is more work to do to empower the Sentinel artifact.
If anything should be difficult, cheating death tops the list. Well, aren't you just the little ray of sunshine inside this wayward reality? If Schrödinger ever found out about you, he'd have a field day.
Insta-kill.
I'll dedicate the pile of bodies I leave behind to you. Even if this prima materia stuff can regenerate Maxis's body, how can it regenerate her mind? Her soul?
The Sentinel artifact manipulates time as well as matter. Her human software will be pulled from the past. She will be the woman you knew. Trust me.
Baphomet. By the devil. But I digress. Just keep this in mind about Bruno, because it is extremely important and relevant to the X story later in this video. Well, there was a popular series that Bruno was doing at the time called Groovy Lust that consisted of many popular Florida rappers shooting scenes with their fans. Bruno was also part of the
called members only. It's only made them more popular. So of course X, with aspirations of becoming a star musician, wanted to be a part of the whole movement. So according to the team master Sun God, or former close friend of X, which I'll talk about later, X would reach out to Bruno at the time to not only participate in the Cookie Lust series, but to also live with Bruno since he was homeless at the time. And Bruno agreed. And many people don't know, but X actually Well, X's girlfriend at the time, this girl by the name of Geneva, actually exposed a really strange situation that happened while she was at their house where she claimed she felt possessed after X called a fellow friend from members only named SB to come over to their house to perform an exorcism on his own girlfriend.
Possessed. I know that sounds stupid, but to me it wasn't stupid because I'll say it was really into the spiritual, like, you know? And it just backfired because Jose got on the phone and called SB, and he was like, yo, I know your parents or your auntie come over here and try to, like, save this. And they came up there, had me in a room. They started putting, like, charcoal and, like, some type of rocks in my nose. They were drawing crosses on my feet.
Well, another person that was living with her at one point in time, they exposed him on camera, revealing to the world what type of dark energy and practices was taking place in Bruno's house during the time that they
I see you have arrived safely in West Virginia. Your payroll secure.
If you make the so-called sentinel artifact, yes. Miracle promise.
People said that Bruno was kind of wanting him to be like his little, his like mini or like that. That's like they're twins, so like, you know, they acted almost like.
Yeah.
And X admired that. It was so weird, and that's when all those allegations came out. Like, beat up this girl that was at Bruno's house. No one knows that it was Bruno.
Really?
And now.
Is he doing something else or is it different artists? Yeah.
Bruno's still doing singing. He didn't have like the two like long and he was recording and the white culture like I'm gonna tell you something like these kids or whatever.
This is a large property. Where exactly should we take the artifact?
My quantum processing unit is underground. Find a way down to my mainframe chamber.
No! It was me that did that! In a few ticks, I guess I'll find out just how lucky I really am. At last, a glimmer of positivity.
Insta-kill.
I promise, the sentinel artifact will deliver results, but using it may prove as difficult as it was to obtain.
Seriously? I swear, Max has better kiss all our asses when we bring her back from the dark ether.
I was always told, good things come to those who wait. So my expectations are quite high. You spoil me. Even if this prima materia stuff can regenerate Maxis's body, how can it regenerate her mind? Her soul?
The sentinel artifact manipulates time as well as matter. Her human software has been pulled from the past. She will be the woman you knew. Trust me.
Morning, you box. I have a book of matches in my pocket.
Ooh. You remind me of my mother. Soft on the outside, but with a spine made of iron.
Oh, I'll take that as a compliment. But don't ever call me that or I'll punch you in the boobies.
Someday, bro. He said, no, I'm not. So, what do you mean? And he just looked me dead in the eye and he's like, I'm not gonna make it past 21. And then just went right back into the chopsticks. Like he hadn't said a thing.
He always spoke about death and was fascinated with it, I think, since he was about 15. It's as if he was preparing me that he was going to be here.
What a relief! You're alive and well. Sorry, I could not arrange a more welcoming reception.
Let's move. The quicker we get the artifact to Sam, the sooner we see Max.
Once you get inside, make your way down to my mainframe chamber. I cannot wait to see you.
Well, I didn't come all this way to play sardines with the help. Faster than you can say medulla oblongata. Best thing I ever got in a raffle, secondhand microscope. I just knew this was going to work out.
How exciting! We're just a few steps short of restoring Nexus.
If anything should be difficult, cheating death tops the list. I'll just half-inch this lot. I started to enjoy the anticipation. Not a good psychological indicator. That's almost exactly what I wanted. Even if this prima materia stuff can regenerate Maxis's body, how can it regenerate her mind? her soul.
The Sentinel artifact manipulates time as well as matter. Her human software will be pulled from the past. She will be the woman you knew. Trust me.
Max armor.
I swear, if a little man on a spring pops out, I'm gonna kick this box to bits. Oh, bloody hell, you're
Remind me
a
of my
maddening
mother.
wooden deviant.
Soft on the outside, but with a spine made of iron.
Oh, I'll take that as a compliment. But don't ever call me mum or I'll punch you in the goonies.
Tear them to pieces.
All that is needed. Dude, Pekka, surround me in your darkness. HECATE, right? Okay. HECATE. Surround me in your darkness so that I can bring forth my light. So that, if I have to call that, I want you to put like yourself on the front, so that I'll try. I don't know how much. I will try to have this. So that I need what? So that I need what? So that I may bring forth. So that I may bring forth, or can bring forth, so that I can bring forth my life. Yeah, M-Y.
No longer than intro. I actually got some sleep last night. I'm supercharged right now. So fine. So let's just dive right in. Yesterday I covered the ongoing position.
What a relief. You're alive and well. Sorry, I could not arrange a more welcoming reception.
Let's move. The quicker we get the artifact to Sam, the sooner we see Magnus again.
This is a large property. Where exactly should we take the artifact?
My quantum processing unit is underground. Find a way down to my mainframe chamber.
No hard feelings. You were in my way. I wonder if this is truly random. It could be rigged, you know. will keep me in
every
fighting for.
confidence you would
Excellent
recover
choice,
the
Box.
Sentinel artifact. Therefore, I am also certain you will be able to charge it up.
Come. I knew it would not be as simple as merely delivering the gusset plate.
Not exactly cutting-edge technology, is it?
I would like to help pick things up, but we are manually disadvantaged.
Even if this prima materia stuff can regenerate Maxis's body, how can it regenerate her mind? Her soul?
The Sentinel artifact manipulates time as well as memory. Her human software will be pulled from the past. She will be the woman you knew. Trust me.
Max armor. You remind me of my mother. Soft on the outside, but with a spine made of iron.
Oh, I'll take that as a compliment. But don't ever call me Mum or I'll punch you in the goolies.
January 14, 2025, started quietly on Warwick Street, Billy's Beltonville section. Noah Scurry walked out with his mom like it was just another school day. The white Jeep Grand Cherokee crept into the alley, door popped open, and suddenly the silence cracked under a storm of gunfire. Shell casings screamed out the window, while his mother screamed loud enough for the whole block to hear. By the time the smoke settled, a 17-year-old minor shooting his basketball star lay still. This wasn't random. This wasn't just another shooting. And the story behind it told straight into two different worlds. Long before his name was whispered in the streets, Noah Scurry was just another kid in North Philadelphia trying to make the most of what he had. Growing up in Beltonville with his family, walking those same cracked sidewalks that have seen generations come and go, he found his early rhythm in school books and basketball courts instead of corners and back alleys. And if you ask the folks who knew him at Samuel Fells High School, they will tell you straight up he stood out for all the right reasons. At Fells, Noah had a 4.0 GPA and was pulling in the kind of test scores that made guidance counselors proud. He hit the highest SAT score in the school and put himself in the running for academic scholarships without even bragging on it.
of student teachers pointed to when they wanted to show younger kids what was possible. Respectful in class, never talking back, and always locked in on his work. That was the Noah they knew between those walls. On the court, he had the same focus, sliding into the varsity basketball lineup like he belonged there since day one. His jumper was clean, his defense was tight, and his teammates talk about how he knew how to run a play without the coach even calling it. The kind of player Division I scouts start looking at early, and some were already taking note by his junior year, with whispers about possible interest if he kept his numbers up. He wasn't loud or flashy about his talent, but you could tell he knew he had something, and the community saw it too. Parents who had kids at the same school would point him out when he passed, saying he was going to make it out, maybe even go pro or at least get that free college degree. He carried himself like somebody with a plan, like he could balance school, sports, and life without letting one drag the other down. Even outside of structured spaces like school and the gym, people noticed his discipline. He wasn't one to hang out on the block all day, and when you saw him with friends, it was usually in a safe spot, not in trouble. His principal, Melissa Rascal, later said there were never any red flags with him in the building. No signs of fights or conflicts, nothing to hint at what would eventually come out. By all accounts, Noah had the kind of story you could put on a brochure for the school district, honor roll, varsity starter, top test scores. The kind of combination most parents dream about for their kids, but what nobody outside of a small circle knew back then was that North Philly has a way of testing every plan you make. And Noah was growing up in a place where even the most promising paths can get crossed up without warning. In the early 2020s, Philadelphia was running some of its deadliest years on record, and that was the backdrop for Noah's teenage years. In 2021 and 2022 alone, the city clocked over 500 homicides each year, most of them shootings, and plenty of those victims were under 20. In some neighborhoods, you could hear gunshots more nights than not, and in Feltonville, folks learned to tell the difference between fireworks and live rounds without even thinking about it. Walking to school meant passing by fresh memorials, T-shirts printed with faces of kids barely old enough to drive, candles still burning from the night before. And for Noah, those weren't strangers. They were often people he knew by name, by a laugh, by the way they played ball at the park. In 2020, 14-year-old Tamer Timms, an innocent bystander, got hit in the chest and back by stray bullets while hanging outside in Oman. And his mom told the news her son was just a regular kid who didn't deserve it. Noah knew that story because it was close to home. In 2021, another hit came when 16-year-old Kyrie Simmons was gunned down by 4 men while playing basketball at a West Philly recreation center. Noah had played ball with him, and seeing someone go like that on the same kind of court you use changes how you look at the game. Kyrie's brother said at the vigil that he didn't deserve to die like that, but in Philly, deserving doesn't always mean you get to live. Another friend, 18-year-old Hasir Adams, was killed not long after. And by the time those 3 had been buried, Noah had lost at least 6 friends to gun violence in about a year. That kind of loss piles up fast, and at some point it stops feeling like a freak accident and starts feeling like the normal rhythm of life. You go from shock to numbness, and sometimes from numbness to anger. Community activists like Dejani Talley were already saying youth felt unsafe, unheard, and ignored. With the gun violence rising no matter how many rallies or vigils were held, for a kid like Noah, the message was clear. In his city, even the so-called good kids could get caught slipping. And every time another name hit the news, that idea got reinforced. It was a war zone without an official name for it. And living through it meant making choices that sometimes had nothing to do with grades or talent. Little by little, the losses shifted how Noah saw the world. And the line between being a victim and protecting yourself got blurred. In places like Feltonville, survival isn't just about keeping your head down. It's about knowing that danger can come to you even if you're not looking for it. And the more friends he buried, the more it probably felt like playing it straight wasn't enough to keep you breathing. By May 2023, Philadelphia's gun violence had already taken several of Noah's close friends, and now it reached him directly in a way that would change him for good on a spring night in the Frankfurt section of the city, where 4,600 block of Mulberry Street became the scene of sudden chaos when a car rolled up slow and then unleashed a barrage of gunfire toward a small group gathered outside. 3 teenagers were hit, and an older man, 66 years old, was killed where he stood. Noah was among the injured, major organs, and doctors call them non-life threatening. Yet the emotional damage is something no hospital can patch up. When you walk away from a shooting and see others collapse beside you, your mind starts to rewrite every step you take. Paranoia becomes a constant passenger. You scan every street corner. You note each unfamiliar vehicle. You wonder who is watching you and why. And you replay the sound of each shot long after the street goes quiet. Noah began carrying a firearm after that night, not for show, but because he felt it might be the only thing standing between him and the next obituary. The idea that good grades, standout test scores, and a sharp jumper on the court could shield you from harm had always.
I hope you rested up on your journey to West Virginia. You look well, all things considered.
I was expecting this place to be a bit more sciencey. That's right, Yang! Over in the queen!
I await you beneath the main residence. Try not to get killed before we meet.
Oh, right now, I just hope my gravestone won't read Death by Southern Hospitality.
Some final preparations remain to activate the Sentinel artifact. Only then can we bring that nexus from the Nazis.
If anything should be difficult, cheating death tops the list. If Schrödinger ever found out about you, he'd have a field day. At last, a glimmer of positivity. In a few ticks, guess I'll find out just how lucky I really am. Even if this prima materia stuff can regenerate Maxis's body, how can it regenerate her mind? Her soul?
The Sentinel artifact manipulates time as well as matter. Her human software will be pulled from the past. She will be the woman you knew. Trust me.
Bonus points.
I was always told, good things come to those who wait. So my expectations are quite high.
Soft on the outside, but with a spine made of iron.
Oh, I'll take that as a compliment. But don't ever call me Mum, or I'll punch you in the goonies.
Bye, bye.
Serves you right for not killing me when you had the chance.
there, Sam?
I'm a woman, Cleveland. I need some action in my life. I need a real man, and Lord knows that ain't you.
Well, I admit after a long day at work, I don't always come home with that real that nice mentality. And for that, I apologize.
You apologize to me?
This to that. I love you.
Welcome to Liberty Falls. You've traveled halfway around the world. Now let's get this finished.
I was expecting this place to be a bit more smoothing.
Enter the main house and descend to the mainframe chamber. Time for us to meet face to face.
If you have a sense of smell, go ahead and switch it off. None of us have seen a shower in weeks.
Housekeeping!
Double points.
After all you've endured, all the miles you traveled, I regret there are just a few tiny final tests.
Just tell us what to do. I've had it up to here with cryptic hints. I'm warning you, Box. I have a book of matches in my pocket. Even if this Prima Materia stuff can regenerate Maxis's body, how can it regenerate her mind? Her soul?
The Sentinel artifact manipulates time as well as matter. Her human software will be pulled from the past. She will be the woman you knew. Trust me.
Max armor. Bonus points.
Best thing I ever got in a raffle, secondhand microscope.
You remind me of my mother. Soft on the outside, but with a spine made of iron.
Oh, I'll take that as a compliment. But don't ever call me Mum or I'll punch you in the doolies.
Turn them to pieces.
So really, the show could have been seen as with wrestling, take the best of both and make it something. Kind of like how American Dad episodes play out. The Smiths make it into insane situations, but each episode is about something the family is doing, and it doesn't really deviate from that formula. But with the Cleveland show, there would be more room to expand the Family Guy universe past Quahog and into a smaller suburban community. The The only question was how Cleveland was going to end up in Virginia. Thankfully for the show writers, there was an easy out when the Cleveland show's pilot episode finally aired. Despite Cleveland and Loretta's amicable separation, they finalized their divorce, and Loretta wants the house on Spring Street. Cleveland gets to keep his son, but all things considered, it's kind of crazy how Loretta could even be awarded the house if that would mean Cleveland and her son would be on the streets.
I have an announcement to make. Cleveland Jr. and I are moving to California so I can pursue my lifelong dream of being a minor league scout for a professional baseball organization.
So Joe Torre, who coached the Yankees to 4 world championships, was your old batting instructor, and this is the first we're hearing of it?
Nobody ever asks anything about what Cleveland's got going on.
I guess this is what set them when they said Cleveland was a blank slate. They gave the writers opportunities to make whatever kind of backstory they wanted for Cleveland. Jokes aside, they stop off at Cleveland's hometown stool pen, and while looking for Cleveland's baseball trophies at the school, Cleveland is reunited with his old friend Donna Tubbs.
So, you working here at the old school?
Yes, I work for the principal. How long you in town for?
Couple of days.
Well, if you need a place to stay, we have a spare room at our house.
But what would Robert think?
Cleveland, there's no Robert anymore. We're divorced.
I guess there is still some hot fur around here.
I guess there is. I guess there is.
With this iteration of Cleveland Jr., he's able to pick up on and support his dad trying to spend time with Donna, which is definitely something the OG Jr. would have never requested. There's actually a few of these nice moments between the two in the pilot, so it at least shows that regardless of any body replacements, they still are father and son, and definitely a better pair than Peter and Chris. But while staying at Donna's, Cleveland meets her children Rollo and Roberta.
Rollo, this is Cleveland and Cleveland Jr.
Oh, okay. We're having fat people stay at our house now and nobody runs it by me?
Watch your mouth, Rollo. Where's your sister?
She left. Hey, I ain't gotta go to school no more.
He pulled down the teacher's pants.
I misread a signal.
That one gets kicked out of school, and his sister, who's supposed to be watching him, is probably running around with her no-good boyfriend, Federline Jones.
Oh, Mom, thank God you're home. I was going to the library to get him some new books, but on the way I was mugged by 6 Al-Qaeda, and I fought them off, one by one. I fought 6 Al-Qaeda.
Alright, so right off the bat, there's a couple problems here. When it comes to Rollo, a lot of fans couldn't ignore the comparison to Stewie. The 5-year-old that's smarter than him, but it definitely just feels like a replacement for a lack of Stewie. And Roberta in this scene immediately draws parallels to Haley Smith from American Dad by going out late and ignoring their parental figure. Granted, that's most things, but it's another valid critique. The family doesn't feel like anything really new, which, for a show wanting to be more family-oriented and wholesome, doesn't really pass the bar if it's characters we already know in different settings. But moving on, when Cleveland steps outside to assert himself to Roberta's boyfriend, he meets one of Donna's neighbors, Tim. Tim, as you might have already noticed, is a bear. While anthropomorphic animals is nothing new to Family Guy, Olive Ernie the giant chicken, it definitely feels like another attempt at trying to take from Family Guy and rework it to make sense in Cleveland's show. On the subject of Donna's neighbors, there's also Holt and Lester. Holt is a bit of a gym buff that still lives at home with his mom, and Lester's a redneck. That's his character. While I don't think their characters are bad, they aren't exactly as interesting as Joe or Quagmire, which, again, is really hard to not draw the comparison to when Cleveland is coming right from leaving Family Guy. Shit, once Cleveland gets to know all of them, they even have their own drinking spot, the Broken Stool, akin to the Drunken Glen back in Quahog. But back to the pilot. Later on, Cleveland decides he's going to step up and be a father figure for Donna's kids. He gets Roberta to come home on time, and he helps get Rollo back into school. Cleveland and Donna even start to hit it off. And it's pretty obvious, given the intro to the show, that they'll be living together by the end of the episode, which, of course, happens. And by then, they're married. Everyone in the family actually has something positive to say about Cleveland and Donna's marriage.
Well, I may not be a baseball scout, but I think I just hit a home run.
You know, I guess I could get used to having a dad.
And I could get used to having a brother and sister.
Well, if we ain't the Black Brady Bunch.
At the start, the show actually did pretty well in terms of ratings at around 9 million viewers for the pilot. Fox almost immediately renewed Cleveland for a second and third season in the following years. But maybe they also didn't want another screw up like when Family Guy was canceled twice. There was one key episode from the Blue Show that grudged up Cleveland's whole life in Oakland, and that, of course, being his ex-wife, Loretta. And unfortunately, that tragic last episode she was featured in would be made so much worse by her last official appearance. In the episode Gone with the Wind, Cleveland gets the call that Loretta died during one of Peter's stunts after she had moved back in next door.
A little more, the sucker bedroom the whole time.
Actually, her death may have been for a more practical reason. You're not aware.
What a relief. You're alive and well. Sorry, I could not arrange a more welcoming reception.
Let's move. The quicker we get the artifact to Sam, the sooner we see Maxis again. No hard feelings! You were in my way!
My physical core is located beneath Colton Halls. Find your way down to me. Quickly.
Oh, right now, I just hope my gravestone won't read death by Southern hospitality. I've started to enjoy the anticipation. Not a good psychological indicator. I'll dedicate the pile of bodies I leave behind to you.
Some final preparations remain to activate the Sentinel artifact. Only then can we bring back Nexus from the darkness.
Just tell us what to do. I've had it up to here with cryptic hints. I swear, if a little man on a spring pops out, I'm gonna kick this box to bits. Even if this prima materia stuff can regenerate Maxis's body, how can it regenerate her mind? Her soul?
The Sentinel artifact manipulates time as well as matter. Her human software will be pulled from the test. She will be the woman you knew. Trust me.
Sorry, Lord. I hate to do this. They want me in the line. Well, where do I go? Oh, Jared. You okay? What do you care?
This is a pretty funny joke.
Max armor.
I wonder if this is truly random. It could be rigged, you know. This might call for some creative thinking. That's always fun. Aren't you just the little ray of sunshine inside this wayward reality?
Soft on the outside, but with a spine made of iron.
Oh, I'll take that as a compliment. But don't ever call me Mum or I'll punch you in the doolies.
Tear them to pieces.
Now that we're so close to bringing back Maxis, I'm having second thoughts. I mean, we're playing God here. That never ends well.
I know she was special to you. To me as well. If there is a chance this will work, how can we not try?
Red, white, and blue your head right off.
Had with Chris. The fact of the matter is that the writers probably don't know what to do with a 5-year-old on a canceled show, so Rollo remains as the background at the best of times, rarely having any speaking roles or appearances at all. But no one from Cleveland's family had it worse than Roberta. While researching for this video, I actually couldn't believe it. But would you believe me if I told you that Roberta has had a total of 0 lines on Family Guy? That's never put me off. Genuinely, a show where she now just did not speak. Rollo is the parent of all the show. They'll go there, but they don't do anything to make sure that it's safe. It's ultimately the show with the Family Guy will maybe get no lines of attention. Roberta's lack of most obviously, the only character that was easily reintegrated into Family Guy was the man that originally left it to begin with, Cleveland himself. While Cleveland definitely still is more of a side character, he has had the occasional subplot focus on him, like in Dr. C and the Moon, where Cleveland tried to work as a therapist or as a code where he overshadowed Peter in the brewery. But eventually, he would find himself working as a full-time mailman starting in the episode Take a Letter. One more shocking reveal for this video, if you didn't know it. Cleveland also had one major change to his character at the start of season 1. That would be when his original voice actor, Mike Henry, stepped down and brought in the voice of Arif Zahir to voice Cleveland. If you didn't notice the change in Cleveland's voice, then I wouldn't blame you. Arif does an incredibly accurate imitation of Mike Henry's Cleveland.
Oh my god, I still can't believe they wore each other's underwear. Like, can you imagine?
I know, right? Like 80 times 1,000.
All things considered, Cleveland had a pretty smooth reintegration into Family Guy, and it's practically like he never even left. But for the rest of his family, you can't really say the same. Outside of Donna primarily just being Cleveland's wife and nothing much else, Rollo and Roberta really got the short end of the stick with becoming background progressive. Any development they had back on the Cleveland show was completely thrown to the side to continue the hard focus on Peter's family, which is fair. It is the Family Guy after all. But this all resulted in Cleveland's family effectively being erased from their own series and planted into a show where they just don't really belong. But let's make this video constructive. How could the writers on Family Guy naturally incorporate Cleveland's family into the series so that the other characters actually interact with them? Donna being Lois's friend is still a good direction, but maybe episodes where the two of them are the focus could be explored. The chemistry is already there, the writers just have to set it up. Rollo could either be someone Stewie partners up with on and off again, or he could just outright be a better rival to Stewie than a literally short-lived dub. They're next door neighbors after all. It would be incredibly easy to make that work. As for Roberta, I can see her becoming one of the more popular kids, but maybe still wanting to be friends with Meg and having some conflict in spite of that. Meg has had plenty of her own interesting episodes, so I can see plot lines like that working well for Roberta. And as for Cleveland Jr., I mean, come on, he's almost on the same wavelength as Chris. The two of them absolutely should get along. And these are all ideas I just thought of in the span of 10 minutes. Imagine what the writers on Family Guy could do if they wanted to embed Cleveland's family in more episodes. Or maybe that's the problem. If they're coming from a canceled show, Family Guy's an audience may not want to really see them come. So any roles outside of the smallest mentions or appearances might be out of the question. But I don't think forgetting that they exist really works to their benefit or the show as a whole's benefit either. Cleveland may be back in his rightful place among his friends on Spooner Street, but it was literally at the cost of his entire family being relevant in any of the other characters' lives on Family Guy. But hey, maybe someday the writers will catch on to all of the feedback when it comes to getting more out of the show's side characters.
Looking back at the early to mid 2010s, there really was just a different vibe. Like between all the gorillas and elections and water bottles.
Giant Coke bottles, the bottles living equivalent of hard meat.
entertainment was truly thriving.
Meet Smiler.
We had stuff like Disney basically having a second renaissance period with Judy Hopps, the MCU reaching its absolute peak while the Snyder fans insisted it was the other way around. Why did you say that, and the whole Ghostbusters 2016 debacle.
They're making Ghostbusters.
However, something that I don't think gets remembered as often is just how much nostalgia bait was around this time. And yeah, it hasn't really gone anywhere, but during the mid-2010s, companies were absolutely obsessed with the 80s. Simply because of that one indie show with the girl who got her big break from the Electric State. Y'all remember when Steve from Stranger Things was in that one Amiibo commercial?
A new challenge. Approaching. You're going home in a box.
But between all the NES classics and the Pac-Man mugs over at the Walmart, we had a movie. A movie that tried oh so desperately to appeal to the iconic 40-year-old men who wanted to relive their old childhoods, and they thought, fuck it, Adam Sandler. All leading up to 2015, Pixel. A movie that's always remembered as the random hunting stock time capture of the bygone era, and also the fact that it had a really funny
I was
theme song.
expecting this place to be a bit more exciting.
Take a look and see if this thing's even worth time of day. Here's my Pixel. So our film starts out with the Media Pictures logo again. We get our iconic Adam Sandler Happy Madison PS2 logo cute. And speaking of, the young lad's riding on his bicycle. As we get to the summer of 1982, while the sun surrender by Cheap Trick plays, you know, the ending of Guardians 2 where Drax fucking dies. And Drax's bestest friend, young little Ted James, these two little shits down their bikes, steal some little girl's little innocent lemonade money. It's like some playful little thing. They just goddamn committed a theft. And the two make it over to the Electric Dreams factory or whatever, as we get our iconic title card. And then over at the kid's his eyes turn into Pac-Man, and Kevin James sucks and can't win Paper Mario Color Splash on the Wii U. Yo, why the hell the Paper Mario Color Splash box art looks so fucking delicious? As he walks off in flames, lucky me! He was able to master Pac-Man despite the fact he's never played it before.
It's like you read my mind.
As he moved on to another arcade classic like Cuber from Wreck-It Ralph. If I told someone in like the 2000s that Cuber would be in like 3 separate multi-million-dollar movies a decade later, they'd probably think I'm insane. And then I told them one of them was Ralph Breaks Here, and then they jumped out of a window.
Cheating death tops the list.
The first rule of Hero School. No fucking dick. But as he becomes the hot big now he can take his iconic Chewbacca mask to the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser to blend in. Video game arcade world championship thing, and then we just go right to the event, okay then? That's like an SML video when it's like the 97th annual, like, the toenail clipping competition, and it just so happens to be that day.
Even if this prematerial stuff can regenerate Max's body, how can it regenerate her mind?
What's next? They're gonna throw her into the
The principal aspect manipulates time as well as matter. Her human software will be pulled from the past. She will be the woman you
random screen pretending to be Beth's girlfriend and boyfriend with this fictional girl. And we see her only friend with his grandma who has a as we no longer miss first the scare the garbage man Garrett to the walks on in. We get to see Dan Aykroyd. By the way, he looks like an exact perfect blend of Bryan Cranston and Bill Murray. They said, well, the gameplay was totally different will be into a spaceship, and when we launch into outer space, so if aliens don't know it doesn't exist.
You remind me of my mouth.
And that's our cool game with the plane. We see Peter King with
He's a spy in the real island.
Oh, I'll take that as a compliment. But don't ever call me Mum, or I'll punch you in the Goonies.
That this game doesn't even have a campaign. What is a game that is generally regarded in high favor from most
Stop, kid.
terrible that blows out everything out of the water that came before.
we're so close to bringing back Maxis, I'm having second thoughts. I mean, we're playing God here. That never ends well.
I know she was special to you. To me as well. If there is a chance, this will work.
Tear them to pieces!
How hard, Felix? You're in my way!
Captain Reznov certainly seems revitalized.
If nothing else, Sergei's a survivor. I grieve for what he went through while we were away.
You're getting close. I can smell it. Not literally, of course.
There we go. I think we're back in business. You're not sure you have the right Goodness me! It's all go round here!
Bonus points!
Talk about prima materia. Alchemy is to physics as astrology is to astronomy.
Spoken like a true Capricorn. Kidding, Strauss. I know you're a Taurus. Oh, who died in here? Oh, yeah.
What? Who got you there?
You remind me of Pet. Always pretty
Not to her. Oh, never mind.
The pen is mightier than the sword. Fucking useless like that.
You're making their name look totally bad.
Finally! What a howling puts my teeth on edge.
Double points!
Holy shit! Retriever! Anyone!
We can extract you now. I checked the rotor shaft and skids myself.
Time to leave this open house of horrors, Raptor One.
Exfil request received. Call your ass. Seriously, the pilot now. I have not dropped my internet through. Clear those creepers. You can find us at the insertion point. Cold Island House Outlet. Not bad, rest of us. I suppose it's too much to ask that we leave the place better than we found it.
You got someone who needs to die? Point me at the fight, compadre.
Sam, we have arrived. Let us put the Sentinel artifact to good use.
I trust your approach, and I'm pleased you came along so early. Though you may find Token Hall remains somewhat infected.
This is a large property. Where exactly should we take the artifact?
My quantum processing unit is underground. Find a way down to my mainframe chamber.
Go ahead, no problem. Caja misteriosa. I'm at your mercy. Fantastico. I'll take it. Kaboom! Sounds like a drunk ice cream truck.
I had every confidence you would recover the sentinel artifact. Therefore, I am also certain you will be able to charge it up.
Come. I knew it would not be as simple as merely delivering the cursed thing.
Welcome to Colton Hall. I trust your journey was uneventful?
Well, I almost stitched Beck's mouth shut, but otherwise, da. I only hope it was worth dragging the Sentinel artifact halfway around the globe. Well, this is a large property. Where exactly should we take the artifact?
My quantum processing unit is underground. Find a way down to my mainframe chamber.
There's lead in your eye.
Bonus points.
This is no way to run a supply chain.
I promise the Sentinel artifact will deliver results, but using it may prove as difficult as it was to obtain.
Seriously? I swear, Max has better kiss all our asses when we bring her back from the dark ether.
The last thing we should talk about is zombies, and this is easily the most interesting part. Now, I know Black Ops 3 zombies better than the back of my own hand. I played this game for more hours than I'd like to admit, so I know every nook and cranny and every single texture of these maps by heart. And so I'm going to be able to point out where these maps are wildly inconsistent or there's just some weird, strange things going on. A few of these you might find interesting. I think it's really funny when you go to the Gobblegum machine and you spin for it, like in the real version of Black Ops 3, like it actually shows you what Gobblegum are in the vats. Like you actually see the model of it, and there's cool little animations for everything and so on. But in BO3 last gen, the vats spin, but then they just put a PNG of whatever you want over it. Like you don't even get to see the actual rendered 3D gumball. You just get to see a PNG image of it. And then I saw stuff like this where I'm like, oh, is that a gumball? But it's actually just like the additional power bonus or something that you get. But I'd never seen that PNG before, so it just threw me for a loop for a second. But that's one thing I noticed right off the bat. But map-wise, let's start with the Giants and what
Double points. Max armor.
Show me some love. I deserve it. For me? I think you're done for the day. I did my money's worth. Not that you care.
Insta-kill.
That is not Easter egg related, for the most part, it's break down. But all of these Easter egg things are facts. Now, recently there was discussion made on Rise of Black Ops, which is potentially impossible unsolved Easter egg in Black Ops. What might be ciphers and all of these books are titled. Now, with the same appeared in last gen, that because a lot of
Tear them to pieces.
Is it fun finding things? I think it is.
Shoot to kill or don't shoot at all.
upgrade the unfortunately, and do it. They actually managed to patch that out. But also, weirdly enough, like District, in my opinion, one of the prettiest people. There's a lot of really cool Easter eggs here. Most people might remember it. It's like a
Welcome to Colton Hall. I trust your journey was uneventful.
I almost stitched Beck's mouth shut, but otherwise, I only hope it was worth dragging the Sentinel artifact halfway around the globe.
The director retrofitted this mansion to house what you might call my hardware.
I very much wish to examine your mainframe, Sam. That sounded less cynical than intended.
I'd kill for a cold drink right now. One man's trash. Knock your block off, culero.
Sam, is everything in place to deploy the Sentinel artifact?
Almost, Sergei. We are still a few steps short of our shared goal. The restoration of Agent Nexus.
Kaboom! Now we win. Oh, I will make bad things happen with this.
occasionally returning, PC-exclusive servers of old seasons that may or may not host enough malware to make your computer start speaking Russian, and last but not least, buggy creative maps with missing locations. So, it would be to everybody's surprise when after 4 long years, in November of 2023, Epic Games would announce that for 1 month, we'd be going home. For real this time. Unsurprisingly, the hype was everywhere. Millions of players who had tossed Fortnite aside long ago came back to both reminisce on the old memories and to create new ones. This OG season would consistently keep a player count above 3 million and even reach 11 million for the season's end event. This 1 month OG season seemed to prove to everybody that people didn't just miss OG Fortnite because they missed how life used to be, but because they missed a Fortnite with similar gameplay and items. So if bringing back OG Fortnite,
Well, kiss my grits. We've finally made it to the armpit of Appalachia.
All that matters is that you are alive and in possession of the digital artifact.
Well, this is a large property. Where exactly should we take the artifact?
My quantum processing unit is underground. Find a way down to my mainframe chamber.
Blowing their brains out is muy efectivo. Trying not to get my hopes up. Now you will see what Toro does best.
Double points.
even though they use them from numerous flaws like the use to the incorrect Chapter 2 gun models, even though they use the right ones for promotional.
Ready to dazzle a born skeptic by creating life out of thin air?
Indeed, I am, Herr Doctor. But our team must still complete some final arrangements.
As the Yankees say, cut to the chase. This leaves much to be desired. So this is what I've come to? Begging a fucking box. Fantastico. I'll take it. This is no way to run a supply chain. For me?
December 6th, the masses would get their grubby little hands on this permanent OG game mode, with it releasing to a player count of 1.6 million. Wow, that's really good actually. Yeah, this didn't last for more than 1 day. Now, it's not surprising this game mode brought in less players. Epic had already done this stunt before, and there wasn't any FOMO to it. Still, well, it's unfortunate. Yeah, there was something to it. Well, for starters, like the OG before, it was suffering from many mistakes, like the strange lack of bushes, some weapons still having newer Chapter 2 models and icons, the newer Chapter 5 system of healing, the new Chapter 5 HUD, a new purple and gold burst AR rarity and supply drops that never existed, the lack of a purple tag, some weapon stats just being wrong, the use of the newer movement system that causes your character to walk like a stick up his ass, and lastly, the graphics were still awful. Some of these flaws have been fixed, but many still remain to this very day. Now, even accuracies on their own don't really...
Well, kiss my grits. We've finally made it to the armpit of Appalachia.
All that matters is that you are alive and in possession of this little artifact. The director retrofitted this mansion to house what you might call my hardware.
I very much wish to examine your mainframe, Sam. That sounded less cynical than intended.
That is a load off your shoulders. Back as that? Promise you'll squash me.
Insta-kill.
I had every confidence you would recover the Sentinel artifact. Therefore, I am also certain you will be able to charge it up.
Come. I knew it would not be as simple as merely delivering the cursed thing.
Show me some love. I deserve it.
The OG map belongs to the OG, not these sweats. Their wish would come quickly, and bots with SDMM would be introduced just a day after launch. But the damage was already done.